autonomous driving workshop, or VCAD, together with my colleagues here, both in person and remote. And to get things started, I'm going to briefly go over the formats of this workshop. So this is the full day workshop with a combination of keynotes and invited talks in the morning, a poster session during lunch. And afterwards, we have additional keynote talks followed by an overview of the winner talks of our autonomous driving challenges. Going a little bit deeper, our two invited conference papers talks includes Gina 3D, learning to generate implicit neural assets in the wider, presented by Qin Yang, and viewpoint equivariance for multi-view 3D object detection, presented by our very own Lian Chen. Our poster session includes 18 accepted papers and will take place on the West Exhibit Hall during lunch, so please check that out. And our challenges was done in conjunction with the end-to-end autonomous driving workshop that took place yesterday, and we'll be presenting the winner talks for the tracks of 3D occupancy maps and online and HD map construction. And last but not least, we have 5 keynote talks from experts discussing their viewpoints and ongoing works for both the industry and academia perspective. And I'll now pass it on to Yue, who will give a broader overview of why we decided to organize this workshop in the first place. And Yue is going to be talking remotely. I think he can hear us and he can talk.
Yeah, so hello everyone, I'm Yue. So first of all, as Victor mentioned, welcome to our Vision-Centric autonomous driving workshop. And this workshop centers Vision-Centric and data-driven autonomous driving techniques. So why do we want to organize this workshop, and what makes this workshop different from others? So in the past several years, there was a clear shift of focus from L4 driving to L2++ driving in both academia and the industry. So 3 years ago, when we talk about autonomous driving, we might think of LiDAR sensors, HD maps, and rule-based planners. But in the past 3 years, vision-centric and data-driven systems became more and more popular, and the camera-first, mapless, data-driven, and end-to-end systems are de facto standards now. So therefore, we organize this workshop and would like to discuss new challenges and opportunities that arise in this new driving paradigm. And of course, most importantly, we would like to bring together researchers, industry practitioners to discuss the future and the technology roadmap of autonomous driving. So should we follow the current paradigm, or what can be done to bring autonomous driving sooner to our lives? So we hope this workshop can spark new ideas, fruitful discussions, and even debates through today's activities. And so what do we expect from today's workshop? So first, we hope you enjoy the workshop. So if you need anything or have any questions, please ask and reach out to any of us. And the second, discussions. So as I said, we hope there will be many discussions and even controversial discussions. So we want to learn from audiences. So what do you think the next generation of autonomous driving will be? And we hope there will be a lot of fruitful discussions on this. And then finally, we also hope you enjoy other events at CVPR 2023. Please check out other workshops, papers, and the tutorials. They enjoy Vancouver. I'm very jealous of you being in person in the conference. And with that, I will hand the stage back to Victor to introduce our first speaker, Adrian Gaydon.
So Adrian, if you want to come here to start setting up. And I'll introduce Adrian. I think, does it work from here? So can you hear me here? Well, from here? Should I go back to the mic? So Dr. Adrian Gaydon is the Director of Machine Learning at the Third Research Institute and an adjunct professor of computer science at Stanford University. Dr. Gaydon's research focusing on discovering machine learning principles at the foundation of embodied intelligence. He has over 80 publications at top AR venues covering fundamental topics like computer vision and learning for robotics. And his research has led to more than 80 patents and application areas, including safe and autonomous driving. Dr. Gaydon received his PhD from Microsoft Research and has now received multiple scientific awards at top conferences like CVPR, L4DC, and International AR competition like Pascal, VOC, and Lyrics Project. So he's also the head of ML, where I'm currently working on, and I can add a little bit, so he has great taste in music. I might say so. Yeah, if you have more questions, you can ask later.
All right,
I'll pass it on to Adrian. Is everything all right there?
that sounds good. All right, thanks, Vitor. Yeah, please ask me questions about music too, or climbing, or any other things. But today, I'm not going to talk about metal. We're going to talk
Can
about
you share the screen?
geometric
Zoom?
foundation models. Oh yeah, share the screen for the people on Zoom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You.
That's right. Let me share. Share the screen. All right, can people online see my screen now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. So, thank you, everyone. My talk is about the old and the new, as you can judge from the title, geometry and foundation models. I'll show you how we can come together to build a general pre-trained model for 3D vision. That's really important for driving and including some of the, automated driving, not completely autonomous, also autonomous, but also robotics at large. And indeed, geometry is at the heart of autonomous driving. For all of you that have worked on this, you know this, but more broadly, also robotics. And whether it is on the road, in the factory, or in the home. And so these are all topics we care about at Toyota. And there's actually a lot of them, a lot of commonality between those topics, including geometry. The same can be said about machine learning, which is of increasing importance in case you have been living under a rock, not just in perception, but actually everywhere across all parts of the driving stack and the robotic stack in general. And as also you've probably seen, if you're on Twitter, I'm sorry, I know it's difficult times, but also exciting times because the growth is rapidly accelerating. It's everybody's kind of a mixture of excitement and exhaustion because of the second part of my title, foundation models, which are now very rapidly democratizing machine learning. But first, because we're a scientific conference and we're not on Twitter, what is a foundation model? So I think we're too many to just ask for shouting definitions, but just raise a hand if you think you have a pretty good idea of a definition of what a foundation model is. Yeah, not surprised. Nobody raised a hand. Okay, so my definition, the one that I like, is the one that was proposed in the actual foundation model paper by Stanford, the Center for Research on Foundation Models, that coined the term. So I think it's fair to ask them what is their definition. And I like their definition, which is simply train once and then use for many tasks, right? And that's a bit different than the standard machine learning, which is you train a model for every specific task, you collect a data set for every specific task, right? And the main reason for the excitement there is that it can amortize the cost of learning and enable very rapid development. I mean, ChatGPT, there's a reason why it got to 100 million users in 2 months, right? It's because of this, because it's trained once and it's been used many times. So current foundation models, of course, first talk in the morning, your first mention of ChatGPT of the day, you're going to hear much more about it for sure throughout the conference. You've seen it, right? And the thing that you might not have seen, and especially 2 weeks ago, I was doing this talk actually at ICRA, conference in robotics, is that there was the same thing, ChatGPT everywhere, and not just because of the hype, but because there are plenty of uses already in robotics. For instance, for user interfacing with your voice or with text. Also, a very popular task in robotics is for task specification, how you say a high-level task, and it decomposes into subtasks and behaviors the robot can do. Also, one thing you'll probably see a lot of this week at CVPR is open world recognition, right? But it's mostly limited to language right now. I know we're going to see a lot of things this week. And there's more and more multimodal language models or vision language models, VLMs. We'll add an acronym to your long list of acronyms to remember, but still the main success story is in language. And so now I think that's also a pretty non-controversial statement, but and the more interesting scientific question would be why? Do people have an idea? Again, same thing, just going to ask you very high level questions, you can show a raise of hands. Do you have an idea for why? Is it mostly just language that's where you have foundation model? Okay, cool. Now we get interesting. People don't have a clear definition of foundation model, but they kind of know why it's happening because you're all experts in the field. And so you realize that it's the data. So I think the people that raise their hands probably because of the data, right? And there's, trained on the web, et cetera, et cetera. So using internet, and actually for the VLMs, and we have a long history of that in computer vision, like big data sets like ImageNet have been around. They've been the engine of progress for the past decade, before foundation models, right, to deep learning, but now the data sizes have increased by, I think, roughly 2 or 3 orders of magnitude to get to the current foundation models. But going towards embodied intelligence for cars, robots, etc. So like, right, embodied intelligence is intelligence for physical machines that interact physically with people and things and the environment. That's going to require, at the very least, 2 or 3 order of magnitudes more. And honestly, I don't think anybody can do that because you have to construct hundreds of millions, a lot of robots, and then have them collect data all the time, etc. So I think just the cost of that is a little bit insane if you actually do the math. And so you'll realize very quickly that we can't just rely on data alone if we care about cars and robots and physical machines. And so we need to fill the gaps in our data sets. There's always going to be gaps, whether things that keep happening and the world keeps changing, or safety critical stuff, happens at some statistics, but you don't have in your data. And so we need to complement these gaps in the data with what we already know. And this is an approach we've been pushing in the team, and that I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today, that we call principle-centric ML. And here, the idea is we combine data, machines learn from data, but we have something to teach them, like safety, etc. Or physics. We know about physics. Newton existed, physics of light. There are some things we do understand, and they're not just constrained on the learning system that needs to be completely free. No, their constraints are good sometimes. But luckily, for physical machines, like cars, robots, etc., there's a lot we know about the world. There's a lot we have discovered. Again, F equals ma. We know there's certain things we know, and we have these principles. And the question is, how do we use them together with machine learning? Right? Principles, what we know sometimes in equations, and then machine learning from data and mostly weights. So the difficulty is really the combination of these 2 ideas. And this is what principle-centric ML is about, finding ways to combine those. So in this talk, I'll focus around one particular area of principles that we've been working a lot in the team on, which is relevant for both, as I said, the road, factory, the home, you name it, any kind of robot, and that's geometry. So again, just to wake you up, get the copy kicking in. Who knows what this model is? Oh, come on, you're at a Vision conference. Don't be shy. Who knows what this is? You're using it all the time. Okay. Can someone shout what the name is? This one, I'm going to challenge someone at least. Come on. Yes, pinhole camera model. Thank you, sir. You win cookie points. So, do you know now? Second question. How old is that model? 40? 40 years old. Okay. Someone says more. Someone says less. Who says 150? 150? I feel like an auction. 150, 150. Who says better? 400, 400. Who says better? We keep going back in time. Come on. You're far. You're far. Don't be shy. All right. It's like thousands of years old. It's like Muzzi, Chinese philosopher. There's like writings that he has figured it out. Aristotle had figured it out. He has actually drawings. So it's really old. It's really, really old. So yes, humanity has been around for a while. We're not the first people to use what's between our ears. There's a lot of stuff we know about the world, and we have known this for a very long time. It's a very powerful model for understanding geometry. But I say model, and some of you might wince because it's not really a machine learning model, where the main use of the word model that we see today. And why is that? Because we cannot train this model, right, on data to make predictions for us, say about how far objects are in the scene. I mean, it's a 2D to 3D, 3D to 2D kind of model, but it doesn't make predictions. So again, this is just to illustrate that we have machine learning models and geometric models are very different in nature. How do we combine them? And this is really what our methods are about, how we can merge these two types of foundations, data-driven transformers in particular, right? So the main models, the main workhorses we found to work well now, and human-derived principles to learn a geometric foundation model that, again, according to the definition, is trained once and useful for many, many tasks. So I'll drive you through the main way the community has found, ourselves, others included, on how to inject some of these fundamental geometric principles into learning by using self-supervision. And actually, it's a very general way, just like in NLP, but this time we're using geometry for 3D vision models instead of autoregressive language models. So we start with two frames, the current frame and an adjacent frame, so T-1 or T+1, depending on what you want to do. And what we want to do is we want to take a depth network, right? So again, ConvNet, you name it, or transformers nowadays, and you feed the current frame. And what you get is you get this little range image that you see here. You might have seen a lot of visualizations like this. For those that haven't, it's basically just showing you for every pixel how far a ray would intersect with the real world that's bounced from that pixel. And yellow is closer to you, darker is further away. You also take two frames and you feed it through another network, which is called the pose network, which predicts you the ego motion, how much the camera has translated and rotated from one frame to the other. And you get predicted pose rotation translation. Now, with these two predictions, you move on from machine learning land and into geometry land, because now you have something that you can do geometry on. You have RT, you have depth. So what you can do is you can do view synthesis, which means you can project information from the current frame onto the adjacent frame by projecting from 2D to 3D and back, right? So this is what you see the predicted point cloud, and then we can just synthesize the adjacent frame from the current frame. And this is all differentiable, so this view synthesis operation. And so the nice thing is that this will be accurate. So the reconstruction of the adjacent frame will be accurate if and only if two things are accurate. Number one, geometry, but that we know, we have proofs, right? Number two, it's the models, and that we don't know, we're trying to learn them, right? So if you're making a mistake in your view synthesis, meaning that your synthesized image, the pixels don't line up with your target image, your adjacent image, then what happens is you're getting an error. That error gives you a gradient because every operation here is differentiable, and you can backpropagate to update the weights of the depth network and the pose network, right? So backpropagate through the geometric constraints. And so by minimizing the photometric difference, which you see here, which is called the photometric loss, right? Which is the objective we use in self-supervised view synthesis. In this case, you have, if you're using NERF, you have different types of objectives, volumetric objectives. These are all, objectives that you can combine, but this one is the main workhorse for us. Then, you can basically just, again, backpropagate through that loss, which you see here is the per pixel loss. Brighter means higher loss, and you can optimize for the parameters of the model. So that's a very general description of the framework. Why is it very general? A lot of people, including us, have made a lot of papers on this and found that this works really well across a variety of architectures, data sets, and even tasks. And so I would encourage you to check out, all our code is open source, and you can check it out. And it's been very successful for us, both, again, scientifically and practically. So this is like images taken from a fleet of cars, our fleet of cars in Tokyo, actually the Odaiba region in Tokyo. And it works to see the rain with like pedestrians crossing, trucks, all you want. It's fully self-supervised, running from a single camera. Now, it wouldn't be a foundation model if it was just working for one thing. Again, train once, used for many tasks. And so what actually we found, and that's the power of open sourcing your ideas, both publishing papers and the code and the models, is that you get to see people do crazy things, sometimes at your own company, but sometimes outside. So it works in the snow. I think some Reddit user use it for their, extreme biking videos. you have, we have actually shown, we're pushing the limits of where this thing can go. We've shown this can work underwater, which if you think about it geometrically, it's a bit insane because you have the water acts as a kind of changing lens. So here you have to use a little bit more complicated geometry than the pinhole camera model. But we can show we can go from driving to diving. So that's a nice multiple use cases that you see. Crazier, driving and robotics are actually fairly different in terms of one fundamental geometric aspect, which is scale. You care about things that are far away in driving typically, and you care about things that are really close in robotics. And so actually so close that it's inside the sensor. So this is actually one of the sensors that we invented at TRI, the robotics team, led by Alex Artifact, which is about like a latex, an inflated latex bubble that acts as a tactile sensor. And it's actually a visual tactile sensor. It has a camera inside the bubble, inside the end effector. And then the deformations, the shear on the bubble as it touches objects, you can get depth image from inside using the similar ideas. And actually, we look at more than just cars at TRI, as I mentioned, because we look at robotics as a research challenge for a lot of broad applications at Toyota, the road being one, but again, the factory and the home. And so one of the challenge tasks we have, the robotics team has, led by Max Bajashai at TRI, is have a grocery shopping robot. Not that you will be able to buy a Toyota grocery shopping robot. I want one, but we won't build one. We're building research prototypes that enable us to push the limits of where we can go with this technology. And so here, same ideas apply indoors, outdoors, yeah, you can see a supermarket reconstruction here. So as I mentioned, this is important work across many diverse domains and tasks. We're not just the largest car maker in the world, we want to become the largest robotics maker in the world. And so as I mentioned, we have this challenge task for robotics. We actually have completely in-house built robots. They take a list of 10 shopping items and then they try to go shopping with a fake supermarket in the office, which is what you're seeing here. And again, the reason is not really making supermarket robots, it's a research challenge. And then the idea is that they pan out to transfer to this robot, which you would see in Toyota factories, which is actually industrial robots that will not just be helped to make cars. Actually, the robots that make cars are very constrained in their programmation. They're doing very repetitive tasks, but there's a lot of tasks that involve a bit more complicated, like here, the tasks you've seen. So how do we go from supermarket to factory to the road to the home? This is why we need foundation models, because it's a very big company with a lot of applications. And so the reason, again, why foundation models work so well there and why there's such excitement of the promise is train once, use many times, is really rooted in zero-shot generalization, right? I think the biggest lesson the community has learned now is that if you need too many samples to fine-tune, you're not fine-tuning anymore, you're overfitting. And really good performance in terms of fast adaptation to a domain, to a task, actually is rooted in strong zero-shot performance, which is why you need models that can do the task zero-shot, not perfectly, but decently enough to get started. And so besides data, obviously there's an important idea to get a good zero-shot performance. So obviously data is needed because if you're completely out of domain, you know, it's still your good old machine learning, it's still statistical pattern recognition, it doesn't extrapolate. But you might have to interpolate between fairly distant data points. And so you need, again, to fill in the gaps with these data points with more geometry. So again, waking you up a little bit. Who knows what this is? All right, okay. So someone make Andrew Zisserman happy and tell me what this is. This F. There you go, cool. Good, excellent. I'm at the Vision conference, nice. Robotics conference, sometimes. No, people know this actually. Okay, so this is the fundamental matrix. It's a 3x3 matrix that encodes uncalibrated epipolar geometry. How to go from one point in an image to the epipolar line in the second image. And this is how generalized stereo is solved. And again, geometric principles are actually a superpower. They're, like, if you think about it, it's the condensation of millennia of human intelligence in beautiful mathematical form. So this is the ultimate form of pre-training. This is the ultimate foundation model, right? So how do we use it in today's foundation models? So we've looked at the pinhole camera model, which was used to underline the view synthesis objective. But now we can use actually the fundamental matrix and the epipolar geometry. And this is what we did in our recent paper called the deformer. Whereas in the previous works, we leveraged just camera motion during training for self-supervision. We can now, actually leverage it at test time as well to do multi-frame inference, because vision-centric very often in this community means image-centric. And everybody's like, yeah, and later I will do video, and then they move on, and then we're stuck with images. So one thing that I would encourage you is to actually just go for video. I know it's harder, and then it might be risky, but actually if you do, everything is video. Honestly, like in our field, images are sure Instagram, etc. But if you care about robotics and whatever, it's like every image is a frame that comes from a video. Embracing that fact gives you an edge if you're brave enough to go after it. So there are a few challenges with that, right? So there's a reason why people stick with images. It's easier. But the main idea here is to use the epipolar constraint that I just mentioned and transformers to predict depth by learning self and cross attention layers, which you see in the middle here, for matching along epipolar lines along multiple frames, right? So you can imagine you're searching along that, well, that pixel matches to another pixel along that epipolar line, which pixel? And you can imagine that attention along that epipolar line provides actually a very nice principal solution to solve the matching problem. You can also use geometry implicitly. So that's also a new thing, actually from the same discipline that wrote the book on these equations, etc. Done some really exciting work that opened up the community to this idea of implicitly conditioning on geometric information versus making hard constraints on the geometry, right? Which is a bit sensitive to, let's say, calibration and stuff like this. So this approach, which we built upon in our paper called Define Depth Field Networks, using geometry implicitly to gain a little bit more robustness is actually a general idea. And it works very well with transformers because we found ways to condition on position encoding, etc. But now we can condition on geometric information. So again, instead of restricting the search along epipolar lines, we use our geometric knowledge as input level conditioning. We feed it as input instead of constraining the search, right? And the cool thing with that too is we can do all other kinds of bag of tricks that we found to work for these models, like data augmentations, but we can then do now in a more 3D aware or 3D principles, and still solve the same task as I showed you earlier in terms of view synthesis. There's actually recent work now where we're mixing more ideas, I think the Delira paper, where we're also combining with other types of losses, looking at light fields, looking at volumetric rendering, etc. So all these transformers, all the stuff that I've shown you so far, can use geometry because we have an explicit model of it, right? So this is why we have what we know. What we know is in the form of these equations, etc. that I've shown you, the null camera model, epipolar geometry, and we can leverage them inside the learning framework, if not directly inject them into weights, because we have an explicit model for that geometry. But often we don't know it perfectly. So the reality of it is I kind of like bamboozled you a little bit because the pinhole camera model is not really that useful of a camera model in practice, but small deviations from it are. And so you can marry the old and the new still again, which is kind of the topic of my talk, to learn more principal camera models, more general camera models. For instance, extensions of the pinhole camera model, the one I'm showing you here, which I think is kind of used almost everywhere in all the robots and cars, at least that I'm familiar with, which is the double sphere camera model, which is from the family of unified camera model. This one is very neat because it just adds one parameter to the camera intrinsics. But you can even go crazier if you have some compute budget, I would say, at inference time in particular, and you can learn projection and unprojection functions per pixel, because that's essentially what the camera model does for you. It tells you how 2D and 3D relate to each other, both back projecting and projecting. And so you can say, well, okay, the mechanics of geometry is projection and projection, but the actual functions for projection and projection, I can learn them per pixel. And this is our neural racer for this paper. And what we've further shown is that these type of camera models, actually, this is where the old and the new come together. We can learn them from data end to end with the view synthesis objective. So you can do the self-supervised self-calibration as you're learning the depth and pose networks, right? Basically, you're just you're unfreezing the parameters of the camera model and you're backpropagating all through to them to update them. Again, little dark knowledge is you do need some good initializations for them, but honestly, the null intrinsics, even the default ones with alpha resolution and center optical center, that works pretty well. Beyond video-based 3D vision, I know it's vision-centric, and vision-centric typically means pixel-centric, which is a lot of what I've shown so far. But as you know, in robotics and driving, depending on the platform, you might have access to some more powerful RGBD sensors or maybe some LiDAR sensors, maybe not great sensors, but you have sometimes some 3D information. And definitely at the training time, you do have that information, whether CAD models, simulation, etc. And I gave a talk yesterday at the synthetic data workshop, and so there's plenty of times where you have 3D vision, 3D information. And so we actually have been working also on building more pure 3D foundation models, for instance, for efficiently representing and generating many shapes from 3D point clouds or meshes or CAD models. This is the road model you're seeing on the left here, where road stands for recursive octree autodecoder, but it's basically a generative model of shapes that can include many shapes at many different levels of resolution. And we can work also with RGBD. I think almost all robotics applications have RGB cameras. And so this is the shuffle paper that we show on the right, which is not just about geometry, but it's also about textured shapes. So appearance and geometry together. We also present a paper at the CVPR where we do things for articulated objects. So it's called CARTO, and also with multiple objects interacting with each other and predicting the dynamics. So there's a couple of things I'll mention at the end for this tool. Of course, I said foundation models, remember definition, train once, used for many tasks. So far, you could argue again that I'm playing a little bit with many tasks because I said many domains for depth and pose, which can be used for many tasks. And actually, this is what we've done too. So geometric foundation models are useful as is, but for things like object detection, for instance, we found them to be very important. And here, there's interestingly a commonality again with NLP, especially with the methods that show you can get good fine-tuning. So we've done DD3D, DD3D, D2, and VDETs, which actually Dan is going to talk about today. It's presented at the MED conference. One of the commonalities we found here is that pre-training using these geometric foundation models as the start of the backbone actually turned out to be really helpful for these papers. And again, we'll talk more about this and about specifically the viewpoint theory, equivariance, and data augmentation and stuff like this later. So in conclusion, I have shown you that there's a life beyond ChatGPT for foundation models. It doesn't have to be all language. Everybody doesn't have to become an LLM person, even though I think everybody's becoming a little bit LLM flavored, myself included. But a part of the recipe between the LLM world, the large language model world, and our world is that there's a part of the recipe that's in common. And that part of the recipe is what I talked about at first, which is self-supervised pre-training on a lot of data. But here we can go beyond data, what I've shown you, right? Because the language models, remember, it's just predicting the next word. What we're doing is we're predicting the next frame, but not just per pixel, but through geometry. And we're backpropagating through geometric principles that are used in our losses, in our network. So losses, the view synthesis loss, right? Using the warping optimal camera model. Our architectures, talking about define, deformer, where inside the architecture, you either have structural epipolar line with self-attention and cross-attention along the epipolar line. That's a deformer. And on define, you condition on geometry and the inputs and using data augmentation, 3D data augmentation. And so there's ways you can use these geometric principles. You don't have to throw away what you know and just predict the next pixel. You can use these techniques. And I've given you some ways, and I'm sure you're going to discover many more ways being so influenced by this great talk, I'm sure. Please show me. But the question is, are geometric foundation models, because just geometric foundation models now, are they enough for autonomous and useful machines, like cars, robots, etc.? Like, clearly, we want more than just our models having an understanding of geometry. And so what we want is more general, and that's the thing that my team has been working on for the past 6 months, a year now, in terms of generalizing this approach to embodiment in general. Not just geometry. Geometry is just physics of light. We want much more than that. And I think here the recipe, the same recipe actually applies, and that's our main scientific hypothesis, is that we are working from the angle of getting as much data as we can, but it's not going to be enough. So complementing with other form of principles. And here there are 3 big areas we're working on. Obviously language, because we don't live under a rock. And we know that there's actually surprisingly, and especially the jump from GPT-3 to GPT-4, there's actually an increase in grounding in those models, which is kind of interesting. And a lot of the critique we had seen, and I myself had formulated in the earlier generations, seem to kind of wash away. So there's something here we don't completely understand, but there's some notions that are starting to emerge in these language models. And so I think it's very exciting as a scientist and as a practitioner to try to exploit that and see where it leads us. Now, as I mentioned, it's not just geometry, it's not just camera, it's actually embodiment. We don't want to perceive, we want to perceive and act. And actually, if you know a little bit about cognitive science, you know that these two are very intermingled. We're sensory motor machines. And so we're looking at more than just images, more than just language. We're looking also at like multimodal models, combining the two, but also combining it with action. Right? So vision, language, action, those 3 need to come together. And so we've been working on that. And finally, as soon as you give action, physical action and interaction with people in the world, then you need to think about safety. And that's always been a big focus of area of work for us, especially within, the set of principles in control theory is actually really important to look at, because control theories have a lot of knowledge over decades and decades and decades. And so how do we combine that knowledge with learning? Actually, last week, there was the L4DC conference, the Learning for Dynamics and Control, where we actually won the Best Paper Award for a paper called In Distribution Barrier Function, which is the same idea as what I've shown you right now, which is we're combining a core principle of control theory, a tool actually for safety, which is called control barrier functions, and ported it into learned high-dimensional spaces where we can encourage robots, a visual motor policy, to stay in domain and go out of distribution states, but in very high-dimensional spaces. So there's a lot more than I have the time to talk about now in terms of combining principles, not just geometry, but control, any type of principles, together with modern machine learning. And so in summary, my team at TRI is working on building an embodied foundation model, whatever that is. And I appreciate that you all were, humble and didn't say, obviously, I know what a foundation model is. Nobody really knows, but we know one when we see one. Again, the definition training once used many times is great. And we're going to know it when we see it, but we're actually working towards it. And what we know for sure, where the scientific approach is really well-grounded for us, is the principle-centric approach. We have 2 teams. We have a vision team, where the goal is to learn to see and understand the world. We have an interaction team, which is a fairly new team for us, looking at language, safety, and embodiment. And obviously, as I mentioned, the sensory motor loop that our robots are, whether in the car, on the road, in the factory, in the home. These two are very intermingled, and so actually people work very closely across the whole team. This is the people that actually do all the work here, and we have many amazing collaborators at many American universities, and all the code and data is available online. We have a variety of also like blog posts. If the papers are maybe too detailed or you don't know for sure if it's interesting or not, we have generally high-level blog posts for that. We also have one that describes all the papers we have at CVPR. If some of the pointers you've seen here didn't have time to catch it up, you can go there and you can see all the papers that we're presenting at this conference. And because there's still a lot of work to do. If you're interested in working with us, please let us know. Oh, and one more thing, because I know it's a driving workshop, so here's a cool driving video if it plays. I don't think there's a sound, so maybe I'll have to do the sound effects. So even though I mentioned that my team in particular, our research is more general than just for cars. We do work on production cars and partner with people. Some people actually here at this conference, if you want to talk about what does it take to deploy things in 100 million car fleet, you can talk to them, it's hard. But we still have some research also, of course, that's very focused on driving. In particular, Avinash Valakamban's team, TRI, is looking at driving and people working in tandem to do very hard things like drifting, because that's safety is, as I said, the goal again. And so looking at where is safety really hard, not when you're drunk, but not these kind of things, but when really we don't know how to solve that issue. And I think in terms of control, drifting is a really hard one. And they have an autonomously drifting car, which I just showed, which is pretty cool. Happy to take the questions.
Thank you, Adrian. So now, I have any questions. We can open.
Since you started the foundation models, I'll go back to the idea and maybe do a little pushback and maybe a little bit comments. Then I will also ask for a criticism of that. So one of the pragmatist properties of a foundation model is they give us the content or the corpus that we don't necessarily have access to, right? I mean, say for example, I don't know Arabic, but the GPT foundation model is a lot of idea and understanding of aspects.
Okay. Yeah.
Of that context. So what you're showing, and actually that's true for a lot of vision models, probably is falling behind in that sense. Like, right? I mean, you don't have in vision access to a lot of corpus that we lack, right? And you sort of need to do that. Like, I mean, we need to deploy like Tesla. Maybe Tesla the only, I don't know, the real company, like one of them like that. And so, do you have principles? Do you have ideas? Do you have a direction, or do you have maybe, I don't know, have you tried, or do you have a plan to tap into that input misalignment? I'm going to call it input misalignment, because we cannot really use the other visual sources that are out of our corpus for our own purposes.
So that's an interesting and deep question. So what I'll say is that, so we don't have, you're right that we don't have, I think nobody has found like an equivalent to ChatGPT, right, as a foundation model for even just vision, but more generally for robotics. That was the number one thing people were talking about at VCAD in London a couple of weeks ago, right? Everybody's talking about it. And clearly language has a role, vision has a role, action has a role. We have the web for the data for language, so we figured that one out, I guess. But for the other ones, right, we don't know. So that's I think those are all fair statements. We do, what I propose in this talk is that we do potentially have a recipe, which is a self-supervised recipe using geometry as a source of self-supervision. You could apply this to all the videos on YouTube if you're ready to boil the ocean, for that. I think we don't need to, because there's a lot of crap on YouTube that we don't care about for robotics and driving, etc. So we found an approach that can work on all the driving data we can get. My statement is, from a first principle standpoint, you will never see all the data you need, simply because at some point you have to ship and new things can happen, right? And so you have to, that's why there's an interesting line of work, and there's some workshops here at TRI on continual learning and these kind of things. But they're like, I think scientifically very interesting, a little bit far for our applications, where you don't want a car that gets an update in real time and you don't know what's going to happen because safety, etc. So you do need to have some kind of form of like pre-training, a big pre-training once, and then some adaptation, right? And so I think that what is this big pre-training on what data? All the data you can get. Is it going to be enough? Never. We have 100 million cars on the road. They see new things every day that no other Toyota has ever seen. And that's the largest fleet of cars in the world. So robots, they're so far away from this, right? So a robot in every home that's going to be useless for decades before it has enough data. No. So I think there's going to be a lot of gaps in the data, and you can't always be in research mode. At some point you want to deliver on the promises and actually ship. And so to me, this is basically where you need to fill in the gaps that you have in your data, whether for practical reasons, because you have to deliver, or because it takes too much, or because new things keep happening. It's a very, let's say, rich and ever-changing environment. Like homes are changing a lot. There's a lot of new objects in your home now that they didn't have 10 years ago. And so I think that you have to look at what is shared. And that's why for us, actually, generalizing to beyond driving has been very exciting, because what's common between the road, factory, and the home? A lot of people say nothing, run away. But actually there is. Gravity is a constant. People is a constant. Nobody wants to be hit or hurt. But even more positive things, like people want helpful behaviors, they want to interact. So I think that if you look at the commonalities, yes, you're going to have something that is less useful, like the previous age of machine learning, which is if you build a data set specific for your task and it's big enough and you supervise it enough, it's going to be useful for that task. Now you have to let that go a little bit, the usefulness out of the box, end to end, one step. You go back to what is common, what is shared, and what do I want to not reinvent the wheel across robots. Safety is one, physics is one, human interaction is another one. How do we get there? By combining data across these very different fields, which is very exciting from a machine learning perspective, because they don't overlap, right? It's not one big continuum, messy continuum like the web. And then the second is, what do we actually know and how do we inject it into this? So I stand by what I said. Essentially, you're never going to have enough data, but you don't need to. And also, if you don't need to, why boil the ocean with all of YouTube, right? I mean, if you want to do that, I'm sure Google is trying or has tried, or I don't know. But I think it's just, first, I don't know if that's responsible. Second, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. You don't need to. At least that's the hypothesis we're pursuing.
Thank you for your talk. I think it's a great idea to use foundation model in the self-driving scenario. And in your talk, it seems like you use that for death estimation. So do you use that for other purpose, self-driving?
Yeah, so in robotics in particular, so I don't have new results to show you yet, or maybe offline if you want. But we've been working a lot on ideas in robotics that also combine, like I mentioned, language and vision and action together. And so here in particular, we see, I revised my stance on language models, which is a year ago, I felt that we need something that competes with language model, right? But is more grounded in vision than in language. But actually, and as any good scientist, this is actually a falsifiable hypothesis. We can try to push the limits of language in the team for more driving or robotics applications, and I've been surprised. I think that's the experience of a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people like cute here. You type a couple of things in ChatGPT and okay, you're happy, but like actually pushing a little bit further, and especially with open source models that are happening now, you can find that there's actually more in depth. So maybe that's kind of like a message I can give to all of you is that if you're a skeptic, an LLM skeptic, you're actually the best placed person to test some hypothesis, to actually go beyond language and try to use them in your own field, because you will have a certain amount of critical thinking that maybe the hipsters don't have. And I found that I was in this position, and I've been pleasantly surprised by what you can do with them. So that's a message of encouragement to look at this. I know it's the hype, but if you're critical of it, it's not actually bad to go there.
Any other questions from here? Maybe we can see if someone remotely has questions. Is there any information that
Not yet.
Yeah, excellent talk. So you talked about listening the data for foundation models, and you also mentioned about vision, language, and action. The first two, obviously, people don't know how to do and collecting that corpus of data. Any thoughts on the action?
Yes, that's a really good question. So there's actually some work that's been done in conjunction with TRI, especially at Stanford. So I think with collaboration with Chelsea Finn's group. And so Steve Kamshiti, Soarner, a bunch of people that we've been working with, especially Tom Collar in my team that leads the interaction team, has been working with them quite a bit on vision language and language action, vision language action together. In particular, these ideas of using language as some kind of semantic measure. I think that's a similarity that's important, but more recently, conditioning. So language conditioning, I think is really important. And I think more broadly, there's also like exciting works that have been going around for a while, like in DeepMind and in Google Brain, well, like DeepMind. So DeepMind and DeepMind, Google DeepMind, I guess. They basically where they do like Palmy, I think is probably the more recent one, where they embed language, embed vision into the embedding space of language so that they can mix together. What this buys you is this buys you like you can extend the input from just text to text and image. And then once you have text and image together, you can close the loop and you can formulate your objectives in language. So this is where the language conditioning happens. You can do image conditioning. You can even use stable diffusion to generate goal images, which I think people have done. And I think in Sergey Levine's lab, I think Drew Shah has done work like that. So what does it actually mean? If it means a goal, if it means task planning or state planning, etc., there's a lot of people that work on action being high level tasks that can be described in language. And once you're there, you're in LLM land. For actual control, when you're talking about low-level control, there's very little work on that yet. We have some exciting internal results in the team for that currently, both from the perspective of language, but also from the perspective of actual like safety and low-end control and like these control bearer functions that I just mentioned earlier. So there's some work. It's probably where the frontier in robotics is at now in terms of the action. But I think you'll see a lot of exciting work coming real soon, including from us.
Any final questions? Yes.
Yeah, one more.
Questions from online audiences?
Hi. So thank you for the really nice talk. So I just have a question that seems like a lot of your work focuses on depth as well, depth estimation. But don't you think it's been a lot of time since we as a community are stuck with the depth, and we can maybe move beyond it, like something to something like time conclusion or something, because depth is not our ultimate goal. Like in autonomous driving, you have two objects, one is moving vertically, one moving in opposite direction. So otherwise, you're like time conclusion can be more important. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think what's interesting is if you look at what happened in the history, we went from no machine learning to a lot of machine learning models in perception with like specialized machine learning modules, right? So actually, detection, tracking, but even some kind of very ad hoc small machine learning models like parked car detection or time to collision prediction, etc. And so what happened very quickly, and I think for a lot of the people that have been working and designing these stacks for a while, you get a proliferation of models. And you get a system that becomes very complicated to reason, huge pressures on the GPUs, on the onboard compute. And so then there was an extension of machine learning when GPUs available to a contraction, which happened in the form of multitask networks. Just merge the backbones wherever you can and add heads, and then your heads become as complicated as the backbone, and then you're like, right, and then you go back. So you have like this kind of like mitosis that regularly happens, like MapReduce kind of thing that happens. I think after seeing a couple of those oscillations, you wonder, is there a better way? And especially the multitask way, you would think, well, why don't we have just one backbone, a really big backbone, and then very small heads, or very simple ways to describe the task, maybe language condition, etc., and just do all these tasks that matter, like time to collision, etc., we care about, but do them at the marginal costs on top of a better backbone. And if you want to call a foundation model a better backbone, I think it's reducing it, but I'd be okay with that. I think that's not too bad. And so really the whole point of this is amortized computation. I talked about it from the perspective of amortized computation at training time. Do one big mega training run, and then you can have many small heads that you keep the rest frozen, etc. You can even have like sub tokens. You have all kinds of things even in the inputs, like the stuff I talked about with the self calibration. You can extend it to other ideas. But it's also at test time you amortize the computation, because if you say I want to capture my latent representation that captures all these various interests that have all these various tasks, TTC, like linker state. You can imagine there's bazillion tasks you care about inside the stack. You also want to amortize the computation at inference time. And so the foundation model is to try to nail that backbone. In a way, you want to see it as like one way to say like nail that backbone, really. The question is it because of joint training around all the tasks? I don't think so. Having tried that myself for a while in the team, you always have new tasks. And so you always have these problems of competing, like in multitask learning, it's called task interference, right? And then you have the continual learning setup. So you have a lot of problems. I think the promise of foundation models is really you nail that pre-training once, and then keep it frozen, and then you can add stuff on top, and they don't need to do a tug of war on the abstract representation. Pull the representations be, I really want to be better at yellow lights. No, I really want to be better at child detection. Well, you want both, but you don't want them to interfere. And so that's, I think for me, it seems like the foundation model is a better architecture for that, because you keep it pre-trained, frozen, and then you can add tasks. Even different teams can add different tasks on top of it without competing with each other.
I think I have time for one final quick question. Okay, yeah, I can go.
Cool, so many questions, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. And what's your stance on synthesis data or simulated data, given that it's usually created using the same geometry that you use to train your models?
Great question. Travel back in time 24 hours. And I gave a talk on this yesterday at the synthetic data workshop. Joke aside, it's recorded, so you can check it out. The long story short is I'm a big fan because I said this talk, like, we're never gonna have enough data. I meant we're never gonna have enough real data. And I said we fill in the gaps with our principles, but there's actually another huge shovel that can help us fill the gaps, which is synthetic data. And so essentially there's three big things. There's the known knowns, there's the known unknowns, and there's the unknowns, right? And so I think the known knowns is what you have in the real world, what you labeled tiny fraction of your data. You have the known unknowns, which is the things you know, should be in the data, but you don't see it necessarily, or you don't have it in your data set, or mining it sufficiently, it takes forever. So you can actually, if you can program them, you can have your simulator generate those known unknowns. And then you have the unknowns, which is either you have principles that embed a fundamental common trait between all these unknowns, right? You say, I don't know how, people would react to this robot, but I know they don't want to be, hurt. So, and you can have like general considerations there that generalize across people. So principles, or, you can have, or you do self-supervised learning, where it says you use all the data without curation, without etc., and you just train on all data, and nobody's gonna ever look at it. The danger with that, and actually we've done a couple of papers with Stanford on learning theory, which is we know that raw data, naturalistic data, all the data, the ones that maybe you have access to, but you label the tiny part, this data is biased. No matter what, right? This data is going to be biased from your data collection because the world is biased. That's just a reality. And so the issue here you have to wonder is if I train in self-supervised way on all this data to fill in the gap, right? And it's just the data, just a lot of it, right? Train all the data in the world, right? You're going to have a problem, which is you're going to potentially amplify the biases. And so you have to be very careful. And you have to work on regularizing the learning, self-supervised learning. But there's some, and so we have a couple of papers with Stanford, and you can check it out online at NeurIPS, etc. But one of the things is like imbalance is the most common bias. And actually, surprisingly, some forms of unsupervised learning, self-supervised learning, including contrastive learning, if you inject your principles through data augmentation and the right data augmentations, which is the magic of self-supervised learning there, you can actually be more robust to imbalance with self-supervised learning than with supervised learning. So yes, real data, supervised, self-supervised, tiny bit, a lot, but be careful. A lot because you don't look at it, so you have to be cautious. Sim can be, maybe 100x more than your real data. I think that's about like what we find is helpful.
Thank you, Adrian. I think we can wrap it up. I think we're going to have a coffee break now, and we're back at 10:15 for a couple other keynotes and the invited talks from the accepted papers. And just a small correction, so our poster session will happen in between stands 98 and 117. instead of what I said before. So if someone wants to stop by the posters later, those are the numbered intervals that we're going to be in. So thank you very much. See you back at 10:15.
Hello. Oh, I see. Can I? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just want to test, make sure I can. Have yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, so. Hopefully. Hello, hear me? Hi. So correct? Let me check. I have a question. Do we need to connect it to the Zoom? Or yeah, you need to connect the Zoom. So I cannot do the. Okay. You can also send you the link to the file. And you can use. Okay. What's the email address? Email address is you mean I don't know why you disconnect. I don't want to show the. Vancouver. From Vancouver, yeah, Vancouver. Okay, so one of the organizers. Okay. We also have a talk.
Yeah.
VCAD 会来，这两个好像不会来。这两个会来，这个会来，这是。What? By the way, what's your email? My email is email. So this one, right? Yeah. This is CAD. 你把那两个要不？哎，那怎么给？哎，那两个你在哪里？我们这儿也有一个，给你看的。啊，行，这个。啊，行。So, but more for me, take some time. More problem. I think that's okay.
没用自己电脑。
Hey, hello. Yeah, maybe. 哎，他试一下。Okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I can. 我有这个，我有。Okay, you. So we do that, and also the reason people do because we have content was adding stuff to the channel. Yes, that's what's out of I would say truly convenience. We have the tools, I think we're seeing that now. Like with our actually, I think on the I'll try to find you.
Right, exactly.
So you could maybe it's not possible. Okay. Oh no, I like the paper I talked about the road I'll be like get a pick up tree is the right data structure. A lot more because the portion line higher. Always see that. Yeah, you are working with portion line. Has a okay. That's right. But also sure. Okay, 我还需要有点讨论这个 holes. 没有，这个 or mainly so then when you say I want to know what's happening at this level of resolution in that part of the 3D model, you can 需要连 zoom 要连有那个我把 zoom 发到 whatever so 不是 PowerPoint 用 laptop 这不是 Microsoft yeah Microsoft I have that. What's the software version? You mean because I just want to make sure all the animation works. This one? Yeah. It should be 25th. I forgot the version. I think in general I like. Yeah,
Oh, it's actually what there's echo. No. Okay, I mute myself. That's good. Okay, so this actually quite well aligned with the theme of the workshop. So for a very long time, we have been working on like using only cameras who perform like various tasks in autonomous driving. So for example, if we want to build a autonomous driving system, like here is a demo by Mobileye, we will need to use a single camera, especially on a lot of the existing assisted driving systems, to recognize the location and the trajectory of the other objects in the environment. For example, here we want to know that where the car come, where the cars came from and where they are going in the future. So this is a quite essential problem for autonomous driving. And my research has been centered around how we can use only cameras or vision-centric approach to achieve this task. And of course, the application of such vision-centric methods is not limited to autonomous driving. In many indoor environments, for example, when we want to build the home service robots, we also need this type of capability to recognize 3D environments through single camera in order to navigate and interact in the environment. So a very big advantage of doing vision-centric autonomous driving is very easy to scale up the data, scale up our algorithm with the data. So just basically by the recent discovery of large language model or large vision models, we can use our models to digest a large amount of data to perform certain tasks. Like here, for example, to do image classification, segmentation, or detection. However, when we want to use the similar trend or use the similar experience to deal with 4D scene understanding, we face several obstacles. First of all, the algorithm for 4D scene understanding is usually very complicated. We need to know that how we can design the algorithm that can benefit from this large amount of data. And of course, when we want to label the videos or videos acquired in this vision-centric approach, we want to avoid many manual labels as much as possible, such that the model or the training can scale up together with the amount of data. Otherwise, the human labeling can become a severe bottleneck. So in this talk, I will discuss those challenges in 4 aspects. First, we will discuss how we can build the central algorithm for robust 2D tracking. Basically, how we can build the simple method for associate objects across the frame based on the existing advance in classification and localization. And on top of that, I will discuss how we can build the high quality semantic information or extract the high quality semantic information from those object tracking results. And of course, in the end, in the 4D understanding, we need to understand the association semantics, but as well as the 3D motion of the object. So let's start with something very basic in 4D understanding, which is object tracking. Usually in object tracking, we want to understand the 2D motion of the object. And this problem has actually been investigated in computer vision for decades. It's one of the major challenge in computer vision. And therefore, it also has many flavors during the development of object tracking. In particular, in our case, or in the case of autonomous driving, we are very interested in multi-object tracking. In this case, we usually do not know which object we are tracked in advance before we see the video. And then when we see the video, we know that we are going to track vehicles, different type of vehicles or persons. And therefore, we want to find those objects, even though we do not know the identity of those objects, and then associate the object or track the object within the video frame. So usually the current algorithm is following the paradigm of tracking by detection. So first of all, we will detect the object in each of the frames. So for example, we can use state-of-art object detector to locate the objects in each frame. And then when we analyze the object association or motion in the video context, what we do is first we use certain motion model to first propagate the object from one frame to the next, such that we can associate the objects on different frames together. And usually the motion model can be quite complicated. And of course, some simple heuristic like assuming the object will not move can actually work quite well. And after we have to propagate the object into the new frame, we usually perform some initial association, basically by aggregating the motion information and appearance information together. So the appearance information is also very simple. Usually we just compare, have certain model to measure the similarity of objects. And the hope is if the two objects are the same, then they will have very high similarity. Otherwise, their similarity will be low, even though the two objects may be of the same category. And in the end, with all those information, we will do like joint optimization. Use like either traditional method like on machine or use graph neural network to learn how to optimize the association of the object. So there has been a lot of criticism of the tracking algorithm. So one major problem is usually the pipeline is too complicated. There are many steps and many components in this algorithm. So therefore, this is the first problem I was thinking about object tracking. The question here is whether we can simplify the algorithm, especially we really need to do homology estimation, and we really need to do association optimization. So a simple intuition tells me that very likely when humans do the object tracking, we do not require those information. For example, if you are driving on a highway and you want to follow the car in front of you, usually we do not need to estimate the motion, or we do not need to do a global optimization in order to know that the car is always the same in front of us. So in the end, it seems that when we do the object tracking ourselves, we are only relying on the detection. Of course, we always need to find the objects we are interested in, and then just associate the objects across different time steps based on the appearance. So therefore, one interesting question here is why does the appearance provide enough information in many of the existing models? So let's look at how we are learning to measure the similarity between objects first. So usually we have a lot of videos and in certain domains, and then we will ask a human labeler to label the data. For example, in this case, we have frames in a video, and then the labeler will tell us, okay, the black car is in the orange box, and the white vehicle is in the blue box. And then with this annotation, we can build our supervised training, either use triplet loss or use binary loss to learn the feature embedding to measure the similarity of the objects. The goal here is, again, if the objects are the same, then the feature embedding should be very similar. And if the objects are different, then there should be very far away in this feature embedding. However, there are actually several missing parts in this, in this learning scheme. First of all, there are many similar bounding boxes that are not considered in this procedure, which is kind of very wasteful because in reality, it's very hard to find, even if we ask the human to label the image, and ask them where are the vehicles, it's actually very rare that two persons will exactly agree on the same bounding box location. Usually there's some shift, just because a human can usually label the object differently. And therefore there can be a very big difference even before human labeling. However, when we considering labeling the objects, or when we consider learning the similarity, usually we do not consider those similar objects. And another problem is we usually do not considering the misleading areas in the background that it can say become false positive in the association. And therefore, based on those observations, we propose quasi-dense matching. Basically, the idea here is instead of only comparing the bounding box appear in the ground truth labeling, we try to compare the bounding box that are likely to be the objects. Basically, on each image, we extract all the regions of possible objects, and then do a joint comparison or do a joint learning across the comparison of all those regions between two frames. So if this sounds familiar to you, so this also inspired by the design of the 16 detection model. For example, here is the model of faster RCN. Basically, when we want to detect vehicles on the image, we will first pass the image into some base model and then pass it into a recent proposal network to find out possible object locations. And then after that, we will pass the object feature into a bounding box to do a refinement and then determine the class of those objects. So we can basically reuse the recent proposal result and then pass them into another embedding head, which aim to learn the similarity of objects. And in the end, we can just compare all the possible locations in contrast learning, and then learn the embedding head, which will achieve our similarity learning purpose. So at the testing time, we can just use the nearest neighbor who measure the similarity between objects and then find out that which are the closest objects in the embedding space and then associate them together. So even though we are only using the feature for doing association, so here is an example of the tracking result. So you can see that even though this result, this thing is quite complicated, but our result is still very reasonable, even though the objects are appearing, disappearing, but our method can still track them very well. And of course, another big challenge in object tracking is usually we are only using very limited data, and therefore a lot of those tracking methods cannot learn from large amount of data. To address this problem, we introduced Vision-Centric several years ago. It's currently still the largest open driving video dataset. It contains 100,000 videos with very diverse scenarios and different time of day, and then also different scene types. So in particular, we use the dataset to construct a new benchmark on object tracking and the segmentation tracking. So you can see that it depends on how you measure the dataset scale. So it's usually one scale, one order of magnitude bigger than the existing tracking dataset. So combining our simple tracking method with the large scale data, we can actually achieve very performant object tracking results. So here is an example on the B200K on the highway in the highway scene. So you can see that the tracking is actually quite reliable, especially for the objects that are nearby. And because of the diversity of B200K, we can also track objects very reliably in some challenging scenarios, like here in the night scene. You can see that the mouse method is tracking the vehicles and the riders on the road, and pedestrians are very well. So if I tell you that our method is doing very well on B200K on our own dataset, that may not be very convincing. So we also test the result on another dataset called Waymo Open Dataset, of course released by Waymo. We find that the tracking method can actually work quite well and still benefit from the large amount of data available in the dataset. And of course, this is very good. So we are able to get very good tracking performance on the common objects. However, in the end, we hope that we are able to track every object in different scenarios. This will be beneficial for the universal application of object tracking. At the same time, even on street scene, there are many objects in the long tail distribution or very thin objects that we want to track, and they may actually become some big become the source of danger on the street. However, when we want to track every object, we actually run into some trouble. So first of all, when we do object tracking, usually we rely on the accurate classification of the object. So in the traditional multi-object tracking dataset, usually we only have a single type of object like persons or vehicles. And in terms of, say, on street scene, say B200K, we first detect objects and then classify that whether they are persons or they are vehicles. Then after we have those category information, we will just associate objects within the same category. It doesn't make sense to associate person and the vehicle because if they are different categories, then they have no chance to be the same object anyway. However, if we consider the long tail distribution, then the classification actually becomes very noisy. And then you filtering the association candidates through the category information actually become quite challenging and can actually become cause a lot of false positives. And therefore, this actually creates some challenge here. At the same time, we also observe that we actually do not need exact category in order to do the filtering. We only need to know that whether the two objects are in the same category or not. So this is actually very interesting because not only this is easier to learn, but also help us to extend the checking of our filtering scheme into even the unseen category. So it's possible to generalize if we have a classifier to check whether two objects are the same category or not, then since we do not restrain ourselves into a particular category, then we can easily extend or generalize this method or model into the unseen categories. And in the end, we can also postpone the decision of category information if you still care about it. And when we have multiple samples of the objects from multiple frames, then we can come back, see that given all the information we have collected about objects on the videos, how we can better determine the object categorization. And therefore, we designed a new module called class exemplar matching. So the goal of this method is just to match the objects of the same category together. It's actually inspired some previous ideas on exemplar SVM to, say, use an example or use use an image to determine what will be a good classifier for the category or for measuring similarity of objects. Then after we train this module, so on the real video, we will first locate our object or locate possible object. We find that even though the classification can be quite noisy on the long-tail distribution, but to determine the localization of the objects actually can be quite reliable. And then after we locate the object of interest, then we will use our module to split the candidates into several groups. So in the traditional tracking, basically those are say persons or vehicles. And here we do not know the exact category name, but we only know that very likely they are the same category. Then we can do association within the same group. After that, we can determine, so for each track, what will be the category after we see many examples of it. And of course, we can use this module not only in our own tracking method, we can also use it for the previous tracking method like deep sort or Tracker++. And we find that on the long-tail object tracking dataset, we can have a significant improvement in association. And it's more interesting that even on scripting, say on Vision-Centric, we still observe a significant improvement, mostly because that on Vision-Centric, we also, even though we only have 10 categories, but they also follow a long-tail distribution. We have many cars in the data set, but not many bus or trains in the data set. Okay, so far so good. Basically, we have a very simple tracking method, and then which based on appearance matching, and then we can use it to extend it to track every object in the data set. So even further, we hope that we can basically relieve the requirement of training labels in video because it's just super expensive to labeling the tracking labels, to labeling the object tracking. So for example, on Vision-Centric, when we label the object tracking on 100 frames, it usually takes 8 to 10 hours to label one video with 400 frames. So with the requirement or with the design of this appearance only tracking, we find that we can actually use the data augmentation to synthesize the tracking pairs. The idea here is, say, if we have we image with object detection results, then we can just transform the image by, say, resizing, scaling, or translation, such that we can have a new frame. And then because the augmentation follow a fixed path of transformation, we can also know that where the object will be after those transformations. And then we can use this way to synthesize new tracking pairs. So here are the comparing results. So one video is trained with full supervision. The other video is trained with only the synthetic tracking pairs. So you can see that it's actually very hard to tell which is which. And indeed, in quantitative evaluation, we also find that the performance is actually very similar on small scale data sets like IoT 17.
So another benefit of only relying on appearance is it can be very robust to different type of 2D motion. So here we do an evidence study on MOT17. So on MOT17, all the videos are 30 frames per second. And then we have some very performant method, which is based on motion estimation or based on some strong motion models. And what we do is we downsample the frame rate for of the videos. Basically, it means that we accelerate the motion of every object in the video. So you can see that the motion that is tuned for 30 second, 30 FPS video actually degrade very fast when we accelerate the video play. So on the other hand, the appearance only method can actually still be quite robust in this domain. Of course, if we know the frame rate of the data set, then we can always tune the proper motion model for this particular data set, but that's basically defeat the purpose of designing a robust tracking method. So this is very nice. This means that if we want to track the object like in the long-tail distribution or at a larger scale, we can even avoid labeling like the video data and only rely on video data augmentation based on single frame. So even further, beyond the everything mode, we also hope that we can track objects in open vocabulary. Basically, in the open vocabulary setting, we do not have, we even want to test the tracker on the video with unknown or unseen categories in the training time. The goal is to generalize the model from the seen category to the unseen categories. And of course, as usual, we have to look at the several components in the tracking in order to see that how this open vocabulary setup will affect each of the components. So for classification, we actually follow some like existing technique in the classification and detection. Basically use a click distillation to generalize the classification or generalize the category prediction embedding by using a joint embedding of text and image. So on the other hand, we still need to think about that how we can generalize the association or how we can train the association for the long tail for the unseen objects. And especially we may not have a lot of training data for each of the category we care about. So of course we can still use data augmentation that we discussed. Another opportunity here is we also have this AIGC. Basically, we can synthesize new images, realistic images based on certain instructions. So what we did here is basically follow the trend of the AIGC and see that how we can use it for the purpose of generating the tracking ground, like better tracking ground truths that can go beyond data augmentation. After all, even if we can do data augmentation, the images are still look pretty similar, and we do not have, say, a lot of variation in the image appearance. So what we can do here is, so given an image, we assume that we have certain distribution and also a mask for the targeting object. Then after that, we basically take out the object mask and then put it on a blank image. Then we use the text to generate another image while retaining the targeting object. So this is very similar to image painting, but this is the reverse way. Usually in image painting, if you have the object mask, you want to remove it and then paint some other background or something. But here we want to retain the object and then paint the other part of the image. Then of course, we can formulate this as a conditional diffusion process and then generate the image based on all the conditions we have here. And as long as the image specify all constraints, then we can still retain the ground truth labeling between the source image and the target image and use it to train our tracking model. So in the end, we can build a variation of our like appearance-based tracking model based on those insights. So what we found very interesting here is, even though that we do not train our method on any of the video supervision, our method, the result can actually be better than the previous method that is trained on the, like we trained with the video labeling ground truth. So I think this is very interesting. This says that if we cannot say label hundreds of thousands of video for each targeting category anyway, and then especially in the long tail distribution case, probably we can just rely on like generative model and data augmentation to train the tracking or train the appearance-based tracking, which can give you very good performance. And of course, more details will be presented on Tuesday in the afternoon poster session. So a quick summary is basically we find that appearance-based tracking is very easy to scale to diverse environments and very easy to generalize to new concepts. And of course, it's also very robust to different motion patterns, and it can be trained with only images. And also there are many ways that we can design to synthesize the data and then train a more powerful tracking model. So this is all good, but in many cases, we do not we want more than like responding box tracking. Sometimes we hope that we can also have like image segmentation tracking. However, image segmentation tracking is even harder to label, and therefore it's very hard to scale up if we always need to rely on ground truth label. So one question here is whether we can avoid the labeling the mask altogether. So it seems to be possible because there has been some research on image-based VT supervised image segmentation, and they show that the very good performance. However, if we directly use those image-based VT supervised segmentation on video, we can see that the temporal consistency can be a big problem. Actually, in this scenario, temporal consistency can both a big challenge and it can also be a blessing. It's a big challenge because if we are not careful, a lot of artifacts that is kind of invisible on single image can be quite jarring on the video. Just because like if there's any small artifacts and in the video domain, our vision perception system will be more sensitive to those. And at the same time, of course, we can think about how we can use temporal consistency as additional cue or self-supervision for us to train high quality videos instance application. So you may a common technique of using temporal consistency can be optical flow, but here we hope that we can deal with or we can learn from large amount of unlabeled data in the wild. And in those scenarios, the optical flow method may have unpredictable results. And therefore, instead of relying on optical flow, we design a very simple patch matching scheme. Basically, for each patch in the first image, then we have assumption that it won't be go very far away in the next frame. And then within this range, like say here with this from one patch, we try to search for 5 by 5 range in the next image. And then within this range, we try to find some top K matches. Basically, those are the most similar patches to the original patch in the previous frame. And then our heuristic is very simple. We just say that, okay, if the two patches are very similar, then very likely they should have the same semantic meaning. And therefore, we can use this as additional constraint to train our VT supervised instance application. And here is a result demonstration. So the first video shows that the result of only using image-based VT supervised application and use it on video. And the top right shows the result of using a fully supervised mask to train our model. And then the bottom one is our model trained on only bounding box. So if we inspect closely, you can see that there can actually our method can benefit significantly from the temporal supervised temporal consistency supervision. And even in quantitative evaluation, we find that there's a very big improvement if we can introduce the temporal consistency to help us supervise the video instance segmentation. And here is like a longer video result. You can see that in this video, the segmentation of the persons are actually quite good, even though there may be some small artifacts on like some challenge scenario, like the frame of the glasses. It's worth noting that when we train the model, we are only using bounding on single images. We do not use any mask on video or like images. So, but we can still get a very high quality video instance application like this. So I think this also quite interesting to see that whether we can scale up similar method or the similar approach on even larger scale data to see that whether we can really generate a lot of like video mask without turning to like expensive human labels. And more results will be presented on a quote paper will be presented on Thursday afternoon. So far so good. We are able to analyze object motion on a 2D view domain, and we can also give you a very good semantic information without requiring lots of human labels. And of course, when you talk about 4D scene understanding, we have to elevate from 2D to 3D. And when we talk about like 4D scene understanding and analyzing the dynamic objects, one big challenge can be boiled down to like single image depth perception. So this is basically the impossible task in the sense that here geometrically this is a highly ill-posed problem. But this is the real problem when we want to say predict depth for the moving objects in a video. Because in those scenarios, we cannot turn to the structural motion or triangulation to find out the 3D location of the object, even in the video domain. So we have to basically use a single frame to estimate the depth of the object. And therefore, we also spend some efforts to see that how we can build a basic method to do the single image depth perception. And the only way we can do this is we can learn a very strong bias from the training data to test data. Basically, we may see that we have to estimate how big the sofa is and how big the different object can be, such that we can estimate its depth in the testing time. Most of the current methods rely on like learning the bias or learning this prediction on single pixel domain. What we hope to do is instead of only like predicting based on each pixel, we are thinking that whether we can learn the bias based on each group of pixels or at the level of objects. So therefore, what we do here is we first look at meaning or similarity of the depth. So and then learn on each of the group of the pixel. Do this grouping, we do not rely on any of the like mask annotation of the image. We are only using the depth information to like say to train the grouping. And therefore the model will learn that how we can group the pixels such that we can better predict the depth for the image overall. And if you are interested in the model itself, here is the rough the general design. Basically, we have a bottleneck layer which tries to map the embedding of the like the image into some space, and then similar to the discovery, we try to group the pixels together. We predict or decode the feature representation. So it's actually very encouraging to see that even though we only have a single image that to predict the depth, but on the eventually on an order thing, like say when we want to drive our car, the prediction actually is working quite well. And here is a comparison to the LiDAR. You can see that it's actually the depth is actually very good. And it's very hard to see the obvious problem in the depth prediction. And of course, because we are predicting for each pixel on the image, we can predict the denser pixels. We can predict denser depth. And here is another view of the depth prediction. So, well, again, see that the single image depth perception is actually working quite well nowadays. And probably can, in many cases, it's very hard to see the difference between the predicted depth and the LiDAR depth. Well, if you are interested in more information, our group member will present the paper again on the Tuesday afternoon. Okay, so in the end, we hope that we can put everything together to have a full 4D understanding of the environment and to achieve, say, autonomous driving application. Of course, a major challenge or major application or major task we want to do here is to predict the like 3D location of the vehicles or other objects only through monocular cameras. So at the very beginning, we build a simple baseline. Basically, we first detect the objects and then predict their 3D location and then rotation angle. When we have multiple frames, we use our tracking method to estimate to associate objects together on 3D domain. And then when we have multiple frames, we will use certain 3D motion model to track down to even further enhance the tracking of the object. So here you may ask, so why I hesitated to use motion on 2D domain, but happily use motion in 3D domain. There are two reasons for this. One thing is on 2D domain, the motion is quite erratic in the sense that even for a stationary object, it can move randomly in the 2D image because of the camera motion and also because of the perspective distortion. However, in 3D, the motion is much more regular. So if very likely the object is just moving at a constant speed or with acceleration. The thing is like understanding 3D motion is inevitable for some downstream application anyway. For example, if we want to predict the vehicle model to predict the trajectory. And even further, we find there are many good usages of 3D motion. For example, in some challenging occlusion case for tracking, like here, let's say we have three objects in the image, and then in the frame, the second object disappears. Then we basically can keep sliding it in the 3D domain and see that constantly check whether it go out of frame or if it's still reappear in the frame where it can be in the image, we can achieve reliable tracking. So here is demonstration of the result. So we have two views here. On the left, we have the perspective view, and on the right, we have the top-down view. So we can see that in this very crowded intersection, our model is actually predicting track the vehicle quite reliably. On the left is we see the tracking very reliable, and on the right we see that the layout of the street or layout of the vehicles are accurately predicted. And of course, benefit from the large amount of data, we can also do tracking very reliably in the next scene. So even further, when on many of the modern autonomous vehicles, we have not only single frame, we have multiple frames, which provide us a surrounding view. They actually create another opportunity because in the traditional tracking, like object disappearance and reappearance can be quite challenging scenario. However, when we have panorama view, then the disappearance will become less likely to happen unless the object is blocked by something else. If an object go out of one frame, then very likely it should appear in another frame. And therefore, when we have multiple frames, what we do is we will first track the object across multiple views, and then track the objects across different timestamps. And we find that it can actually work much better than considering each individual frames. And of course, this can also work if you only have multiple frames, not necessarily covering the whole surrounding view. So what we found is we are actually witnessing significant progress in the in monocracy 3D object tracking. So last year we find that we can achieve very dramatic improvement by combining our data estimation and the 3D tracking together. And this year, when we consider panorama view, we observe that we can make another big progress. So with the advance of foundation model in image analysis, we may be able to push the progress of monocracy object tracking even further. So okay, and this is actually very encouraging for the vision-centric approach for autonomous driving because we are basically seeing the convergence of the LiDAR-based approach and the vision-based approach. So if we can have full marker tracking results similar to, and find that LiDAR does not provide literal information, then probably that's the time we can have full vision-centric autonomous driving. Okay, in the end, here's the brief summary. So we hope that we can scaling up the vision-centric approach for autonomous driving with less hassle. Basically, we hope that our model can scale up with the data, but without requiring significant amount of manual labels. And we introduced the 2D tracking, which can track objects based on only appearance, and then can track of course, we can do high quality object tracking with only without turning to the mass field prevision. And also we can achieve nowadays a very competitive 3D perception from only monocular views. Okay, this is a good time for some questions. Thanks a lot for attention.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we have time for a few questions.
Impressive result, Peter. Yeah, congratulations. I also have some questions. Do you have any like failure case analysis for appearance vision-based tracking protocol? How does in terms of like weather data, maybe extreme lighting changes and large viewpoint changes? How do you think that will affect something, like, especially?
Yeah, do some analysis on the method, especially on the large scale data. So first of all, we find that the tracking method is doing very well for the for the yearly carbon, which means that, for example, when we look at the video, even though the video may have like 20 cars, usually our attention is on the several cars that are immediately in front of us. So for those objects that are closely related to the vehicle, we find that it's very hard to find every dosage scenario. Of course, part is thanks to the reliable detection models that we are having nowadays. And in many of the failure cases, is for the faraway object that's very small or has very complicated reappearance pattern or occlusion pattern.
Okay, thank you. All right, awesome talk. I don't know how you simplify the tracker and sort of ask why do we need X in the tracker? Like the logical next step is why do we need tracking? Do you have any sort of thoughts on sort of can we at some point replace tracking altogether with something?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel that this question is similar to 20 years ago. People always ask why do we need segmentation? So, well, let's say naive answer would be it's just a part of the basic vision function. And we hope that we can achieve that as a verification that, okay, our vision with our artificial vision system can also do something that the human can easily do. Because that understand is very critical, especially from a vision-centric approach. And the approach we take, our belief, first is in 2D, and then go from 2D to 3D. I was thinking whether we can directly go from 3D, basically say just project on this 3D there. I would say that it's very entertaining for myself. And so far, we have done that path just because the current pipeline is very hard to beat.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, let's.
Oh, we have any question online?
No, so there are no questions.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thanks a lot for listening to the talk.
Yeah. Now let's welcome the next speaker, Professor Philip, who is an associate professor at UT Austin, and he received his PhD in 2014 from Stanford, and he was a postdoctoral researcher at UC Berkeley. He joined the computer science department at UT Austin in 2016. His interests lie in computer vision, machine learning, and autonomous navigation. And he is a recipient of the Europe's Best Student Paper and NSF Career Award. Maybe have you joined the Zoom meeting?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for the very nice introduction. One thing you forgot to mention, which I actually didn't tell anybody, I'm also splitting my time between Apple and UT right now. Now, this talk has nothing to do with Apple. Just if Apple lawyers are listening, this is all UT work. Okay. One more thing. I was a postdoc at Berkeley right before Fisher was a postdoc at Berkeley. So we definitely have very much the same influences and the same sort of ideas on how to approach problems and what problems we like. Yes, and we both worked with Ludland before that, yes. Yeah. All right, so let's get started. Today I wanted to talk about how vision or autonomous vision is actually changing. And if we look at sort of the field of computer vision, we have been lucky that a few times we have been challenged. Sort of in the 90s, we did a lot of geometry, and then data sets came along and recognition was rising, and sort of that was a really refreshing change in the way we tackle problems. Then in the 2010s, deep networks came along, and again, everything sort of changed. And I'm going to argue in this talk that we're in a very similar moment right now. And in fact, the two things that we had previously are both about to change. All right. We're going to think about data sets slightly differently, and we're probably going to think about the way we handle or we deal with deep networks a little bit different. Right. And the changes are obviously A, large language models, and B, which is maybe a little bit less obvious, the transformer architecture. And I'm going to show you how the transformer architecture actually allows us to do things that we couldn't do before. All right. But first we'll look at large language models. All right. And I'm going to argue that the large language models are actually going to be the end of categories. Sort of we curated beautiful data sets with beautiful categories over the last 20 years. And I'm going to argue that this is going to end. And sort of we're not going to do a vision like this where we select sort of a few classes that we really care about and ignore vision for everything else. All right. I think what's about to change with large language models is that we actually do a vision for everything. All right, for everything that we can put words to. All right. Now, obviously, sort of one of the first changes in this direction was CLIP. And so what CLIP does is it trains an image classifier, but instead of classifying images into the 1,000 or the 21,000 categories that we have in ImageNet, now it classifies images into anything you can put a word to. And the way this works is that we're going to learn an image classifier. This is the same architecture as we used before, but we're now also going to learn an encoder for text. So we're going to learn a language model that encodes text into some feature, some embedding. And now we're just going to say, instead of predicting labels for the image model, now we're just going to put text and images together in the same embedding space. And so if they're similar, if they occur together, we say, good, you should have similar embeddings. If it doesn't match, we'll have different embeddings. And so we're going to optimize a loss that simply just tries to put an image together with text on a large data set of matching text and image pairs. Right? And so under the hood, actually training not much change. The biggest change was that we now, instead of using sort of fixed categories and labels and having features associated to them, we're now just encoding everything with the English language description of these labels and text descriptions. Now, it turns out that people in object detection were actually thinking about this way before CLIP came out. So if you look at the way a classical detector works, is you're going to have some backbone, and then after that backbone, you're going to extract boxes and you associate feature to these boxes. And in the classical detector, the very last layer has sort of one set of weights associated to each category in that detector. Now we can replace this with a word embedding. This actually has been done in 2018. So way before CLIP was cool, this was done in object detection, right? So now we're going to take the English language, sort of the English language, the words that are associated with the class, and we embed them. And we're going to build a detector that now could, in theory, reason about an arbitrary set of classes. All right. Now, the issue here is that we don't actually have a very good training set for these detectors. Still our detection data sets all are just sort of labels. They have like fixed categories. So one way out of this, and Fisher already alluded to the solution in his talk, is to actually just use clip word embeddings. And so that way we have a good embedding for text. And then we can also use the clip encoder to ask, hey, if you had to classify this image back here, if you had to classify this image, what encoding would you produce? And then we can supervise the detector that way. Now there's one sort of technical issue with this, which is the images that CLIP was trained on don't actually look very similar to the images that the detector produces here. And so while this idea works quite well, it is a little bit limited in the way it can generalize. Now in some work that for the generalization, here's an example. Here's a simple baseline that we actually trained along this method. And we fed it lions in the end. So we fed it in images of lions. And for the first image, it just thought it was a dog. The second image, it thought it was a cow. The third image, it was a pony. And the fourth image was a bear. Right? And so what happened here? Well, CLIP actually never quite saw images that were sort of tight boxes. So it didn't know what to do. And then the detection data sets we had to fine-tune our detector, even though it could reason about our arbitrary classes, the detection data sets didn't have a lot of images of lions. All right. And so the detector went back to the things it knew, which were sort of dogs, ponies, cows, where it had a lot more labels. Right. That's sort of an issue, right? Because now we have this detector that could reason over an arbitrary set of classes, over anything we could put words to, but we don't have an extremely good way to train it. Right? Now, in some work at ECCV last year, we showed a way forward on how to train this on much larger data. And the detector that we chose here is we used the clip embedding to embed all our words, but then we trained the detector completely from scratch. So we didn't use the image embeddings of CLIP at all. We tried to train this completely from scratch. Now the question is, what supervision did we use to train it? Well, for anything that we have annotated boxes for, we'll just use the detection annotations, right? So we'll use Coco and Elvis detection annotations. And for that, we supervise the detector both using the bounding box location and the class label. All right. Now, we can also get data that doesn't have bounding box information in it, but has lots of class labels, and we used ImageNet 21K for that. Now, the question is, how do we supervise a detector if we don't have bounding boxes annotated? And the solution we came up was embarrassingly simple. It was so embarrassingly simple that the first time the paper was rejected. So, yeah. The solution really was to ask the detector to detect all objects in an image. So let's say this is the image, and we'll look at all the possible detection boxes that we can find. And let's draw one more here. And now we're just going to say, well, we're going to take the largest box that the detector thinks is good. We associate the label that was previously associated to just the image to that largest box, and we hit the training button. All right. Now, one key component here is that we do not supervise the location of this box. All right. So we do not supervise the bounding box regression of this box. We only supervise the classifier. And so that way, it doesn't really mess up the detection ability of the detector, but it sort of massively improves the classification ability of the detector. Right? And this is the result. So we put the demo out, and some people on Twitter started to just enter sort of arbitrary text descriptions of what they might think is in the image in front of them, and the detector is just able to handle all these words, these tags. Here's another one. And this is our image from Alyosha's office, where we initially Alyosha actually challenged me right around the time when Fisher joined to detect all objects in there, and we can finally do it. Now we cannot do it with categories, we can do it with just language descriptions of all the objects. All right. But this also works quite well on the, so this is the Elvis Open Vocabulary Benchmark. We can show that if we didn't see classes, so this is zero-shot generalization to concepts that were not in the database, in the data set before, that we didn't train on and just evaluate on, we can see a huge boost in performance compared to the model that actually did not have this image level supervision, right? So these are classes that were neither in ImageNet nor in the detection training data set that we had before. And we see quite a boost. And these are classes that we trained on. And again, there's a slight boost just because we have more supervision. All right. And the next thing we started doing is we started extending this to video. Now we don't do detection. We actually go back to the standard classification setup, just like a clip. And we wanted to see, can we learn a clip-like model that is able to handle videos as inputs? And down here, this should be video encoder. And so what we're going to do is we're going to learn a model that looks at the video clip, that embeds it into a fixed size feature, vector. Then we have a text encoder. This is very much the same model as clip, and it also embeds it in a fixed size feature vector. Now, the issue with videos is that the amount of supervision that we get for videos is very sparse. So if you look at how many clips over a long video are annotated with sentences, they're both temporally sparse, and then the clips themselves is just one possible explanation to what's going on in the video. Now, they're sparse primarily because it's actually quite expensive to pay users to annotate videos densely. Now, our solution here was to simply just use a language model, use a large language model to interpolate and create a lot more annotations. And so there's two ways we do this. One is we're going to look at all the human annotations, and we're just going to paraphrase them. We're going to ask a large language model, hey, how else could you write this sentence? All right. The second thing we're doing is we're looking at the annotations that were provided by humans, and now we're asking a large language model to complete these annotations. So we'll give it the first and the last sentence in a paragraph, and we'll ask it, hey, write an entire paragraph in between. And now we have text labels for every single clip in between. Now there's some alignment that needs to happen in the model, but after that, we have much denser annotations. And then we trained the large vision language model the same way we would have trained a clip. And this works surprisingly well. So what I'm showing you here is a bunch of video data sets, and we're comparing our method, zero-shot, to these new data sets, to the state-of-the-art zero-shot evaluation on these data sets. So this is not the best you could do if you trained on each individual data set, but this is the best you could do if you've never seen these other data sets. And throughout a large number of different data sets, there is a gap between anywhere 2 to 5 points, right? And so now we're getting into a mode where we can start to use label or use semantic classes of data sets that we have never seen, never reasoned about, and still do very well on them, right? And so that's why I think this is the end of the semantic category. It's not the end of labels. We'll still use plenty of labels or across all different data sets, but language models gave us a very cheap way to move into a more open world recognition, where classes are no longer these fixed size feature vectors, but classes are word embeddings. They are embeddings that are given by a language model. And if you want something else that you might not have had annotations for, the language model is hopefully able to interpolate to this new class, right? Now, this was the first part. This is the first big change. I think the second big change, which I actually like a lot more, is the move to transformers, which is transformers give us a way to think about our architecture, to think about our vision models in a very different way. And to sort of explain this, the way I was taught deep learning and the way sort of I was thinking about deep networks for the longest time was, well, you're given an input image. This is some grid of pixels, and then you have layers after layers that transform this into some feature map. I should use a different color here. All right. Then you have some more layers, and it transforms it again into a feature map. Yes, we were always able to change the size of this feature map. We're always able to sort of maybe increase and decrease the number of channels. But at the end of the day, sort of the only operation that we had that sort of did something interesting to this feature map was pooling, which was it took this feature map and it made it into a single vector, right? Everything else was always just sort of this fixed size feature map. And transformers changed that, right? Now VITs don't, unfortunately, yet. So if you look at sort of the way VITs work, they still sort of have these layers, and it's still some sort of feature map here in the end with the same number of tokens. And that's because they mostly use self-attention. But what really changes is the way we use cross-attention. Because in cross-attention, we now have an operator that is able to take one feature map, or actually a set of features, then we take another set of features, and cross-attention will transform one set of features using the other set of features. And this is a really simple operation, but it's quite cool to wrap your head around this, all right? Because for the first time in many, many years, we now have an operation that does not retain the same feature map, all right? We can use arbitrary features to transform arbitrary other features. And I'll show you in the remainder of this talk how this actually allows you to think about vision problems in a very different way. And we'll start with multi-view recognition. And so in multi-view recognition, Fisher already set this up very nicely, and I'll just recap this very briefly. We're given images from all around the vehicle. And in our case, what we want to do is we just want to produce a map and place these vehicles in 3D. All right. So this is sort of the ego vehicle is somewhere down here. These are the different views. All around the vehicle. All right. Well, there's actually 6, but and now we just want to infer all the 3D geometry from these different cameras. Now each camera overlaps slightly. So if you look at these two cameras, they have a minor overlap. This one here overlaps with the one over here, and so on. Right? So there's a slight overlap, but it's not quite enough to do stereo. Right? And so the way networks sort of dealt with 3D vision before, the most performant networks dealt with 3D vision was, well, let's do monocular depth estimation on each of these frames. Right? So we'll do monodepth, and then we project it out to 3D. We'll do a bunch of complicated geometry to figure out where they end up. And then we're going to just splat things onto the map. And so if I draw a 2D example of how this looks like. So you have some camera up here on the car. Now we have a depth estimate. We splat it out to onto the scene. And then we just projected this point onto the map, right? So that's how sort of traditional approaches work. But it's not quite end-to-end because the splatting is actually quite hard to make differentiable. And it also sort of causes issues. What if you have these overlapping parts here and the depth estimate is not quite consistent? You now have sort of overlapping projections, or what's going on, right? Now, let's take the same principle and just flip it around real quick. And so what we're going to do is we're again going to have the vehicle. We're again going to have the camera up here. And we're going to have a map down there. But instead of trying to go from the image onto the map, let's see how it looks like if we want to go from the map back into the image. All right. So if we start out from the map, and if I told you, hey, this point on the map is a certain distance above ground, right? There's again a geometric mapping back into the image. So we can go from here and project it back into the image. So not much happened. Like instead of doing one adapt, we now assume we knew the height above ground and project back. All right. Now, if you tease apart this operation, well, what does this do? We're going to have some feature that tells us the height above ground. And then we'll have some feature or some projection operator that will help us figure out where in the camera this ends up in. We have some information in the camera, which is the color pixels or some feature that corresponds to the color pixels. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this back out. It turns out this is actually exactly the definition of what a cross-attention layer does, right? We have some information here. And for those of you who are into the jargon, we have some query here. We have some key and value here. And so the query is just the information about, let's say, how high above ground things are. The keys is sort of information how it would project into the camera from this angle. And then the value is just what the pixel value is in this color image, right? Now, the cool thing about this is we can now forget everything we learned ever about geometry. We can just make sure that the positional embedding of the keys and the queries have the necessary information to learn about geometry and hit the training button, all right? And now we can build sort of this end-to-end differentiable network that is able to learn all the geometric stuff inside of its instead of its cross-attention layers. All right. The only thing we need to make sure is that there is positional embeddings here that will give us the right information for the transformer to do projections. Now it turns out this will learn some amount of geometry, but it will actually look a lot more at color. So it will learn to map colors or sort of different appearance regions between the map and the image itself at roughly the right location. Right? And so now we could just, through cross-attention, we can take geometry and just learn it. Now this works quite well. It sort of matches the state of the art in 3D vehicle detection, or the state of the art at the time. The really nice thing is it is much faster. Since it's just, I think we use 2 layers of transformers or 3 layers of transformers, this is a very quick operator. We no longer need to do geometry and reproject, and we can get away with much smaller networks. Right? It also works well on estimating drivable area, and here we see a little bit of a boost. Here are some examples. So what I'll show you here is the video with the different views, and then I'm just showing drivable area in this video, and you see it sort of slowly build up. The build-up is nothing that has nothing to do with cross-attention or transformers. The build-up is really just the running average using the ground truth location. Here's another example. And again, this is all just geometry, and all this is just learned from ground truth sort of image and map pairs. All right, now we can also apply the same idea to tracking. And so Fisher already set up the tracking problem really well. And so just to recap, tracking aims to sort of detect and then link up objects through multiple frames in the video. Now, classical detectors do this sort of frame by frame, and a very popular paradigm is tracking by detection, or sort of joint tracking and detection, where frame by frame you detect objects and then you associate them, usually to the previous frame or sometimes also sort of 2 frames further back if there's no good match in the previous frame. All right. And so this is really sort of a process that goes frame by frame by frame back. Right. Now, this is not quite how we would do tracking. You wouldn't ask you don't ask yourself, hey, is this the same person as this in the previous frame? And is this the same person as this? Like what most people actually would do is some global association, right? You would just say, well, okay, well, this person here, they're all the same. This other person here, well, they're all the same, right? And then the car is the same. Now, if I draw it this way, does anybody already see cross attention here? Right? If I told you the number of objects that I would expect, there is a way to express this as cross attention, where you have some query go in here, right? And that query attends to all the boxes, right? And then it gathers the information back. And again, this is an operation that we couldn't really express using our previous tools, but with cross attention, we can all of a sudden trace a global tracking problem, grouping all objects together into one in a very, very simple manner. And just to sort of drive this point home, what global tracking transformers do is you have a bunch of queries here, then you have cross attention between all the boxes and the queries. And you do this throughout all the frames. Actually, the arrow here is wrong. This is the same queries should attend to here. All images. And then we do this a couple of times, right? So we have a query, and each query specializes in detecting a separate group of objects. And so this is the way we can sort of get global tracking just with a bunch of cross attention layers. Now, we actually only need 2 cross attention layers and then half of a cross attention layer to do the grouping. And this is super simple. So we can now take global tracking, which is thought to be previously just actually fairly complicated optimization problem, and just express it with a few layers of cross attention. And the cool thing about this is sort of, if you put this on top of a detector, this takes less than 1% of the computational budget of detection. This is super fast. You're just gonna run a bunch of cross attentions on top of your detectors, and you get tracking. The other way to think about this is actually, this is almost like, if you guys are familiar with Detter, this is a Detter style detector for tracks, right? All right, and here are some results. So this is the previous tracker. This is sort of a frame by frame tracker. And every time the color changes, you can see it lost track and it had to reassociate the object. Now, if you look at our results, yes, it lost the box once or twice, but the dog is almost always recognized as the same instance. And this is really only possible because we look at a much larger extent of frames and we group these things together globally. All right, it also works quite well in the tau data set. And sort of compared to prior methods, it's at the time of publication actually performed quite a bit better. All right, now the final thing I want to mention is we can also put large language models and the power of all of these cross attentions together into a very different sort of model. And here, this is actually the only thing I have that's somewhat relevant to driving, which is here we're gonna look at how can we produce sort of traffic layouts and motion predictions or even policies that sort of follow a certain language description. And so the reason why you would want this is if you have a simulator that can simulate all sorts of traffic, it's very hard to generate very exciting and interesting traffic scenes. And so we have a model that can now sort of go from a language description, maybe from a language description of an accident or for something that you would want to control. You can go from this language description to sort of a nice, interesting scene that you could test your vehicle on. And it combines the power of these language models with a very nice query-based, almost like a detector, but it's actually a generator for different trajectories. And the language model here, we use in context learning to take a text description and translate it into a structured representation. And you can even train these sort of large language models in context to produce descriptions with an arbitrary number of vehicles, right? And so for each vehicle, it will tell you, well, this vehicle should maybe be on the right, on the left, on top, it should go fast, it should go slow. And you can sort of, with in context learning, you can learn a structured representation that captures all of this. You can also learn a description of what map you would expect. How many lanes would you expect? Sort of where would you want to, where would you want the lanes to go? Is it an intersection, not an intersection? And we can use this in a very simple retrieval system that just checks for these attributes. All right. And once we have that, once we have a map and sort of this structured representation of traffic, we can go and build, similar to the detector or to the tracker I showed you before, we can build sort of a cross-attention based model that will go and produce interesting traffic scenes. And so we'll start with a description of every agent in the scene. And the description is the structured representation that the language model gives us. On the other hand, we also have a representation of the map in vectorized form. Then we're going to encode this map. We have some map features, and we'll use these map features in a cross-attention layer to update what we think each agent should do conditioned on that map. And so the cross-attention really comes in this generative transformer here. Then we're gonna sort of from these features, we're gonna decode their motion. We're gonna decode their attributes, which is how big they are, how small they are, and a couple of others. And then we will go back into the map and figure out where we should place each individual agent. And here there's another cross-attention here, which essentially we assign each agent a positional embedding, or we produce a positional embedding from each agent. And then the map itself produces positional embeddings. And we'll use this cross-attention to sort of snap agents to different locations on the map, right? So this is really truly embracing like sort of the flexibility you get if you have lots of sort of interesting cross-attention operators. And the results are pretty cool. So you can have a text description like vehicle 1 is traveling east in the left turn lane and attempts to turn left when it collides with vehicle 2 traveling west in the left through lane, right? And this is what it produces, right? And again, it retrieved the right map for this. It placed the vehicles and it produced the vehicle's dynamics properly. Here's another example. Vehicle 1 approaches an intersection and does not notice stopped vehicle ahead. Vehicle 1 strikes the rear of vehicle 2. Now, this is not quite an intersection, but you can imagine maybe on top there is going to be an intersection. And actually, the fact that the lane splits probably indicates that there will be an intersection later. Right. Here's another one. Vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 collide at an intersection of 2 urban traffic ways, with vehicle 1 striking the left side of vehicle 2. Right. I didn't quite get the left side here, but it got the striking. The ego car here is I think it's the red car in this, turns right. Most cars are moving in slow speeds. Now we also tested this in actual crash reports. So NHTSA has a large data set of real crash reports, and we wanted to see, well, can we reproduce these crash reports? And so for some of these crash reports, they even have like beautiful diagrams. And we sort of just wanted to see, well, can we produce traffic scenes that would follow these reports? And it turns out we can pretty well. We have an archive that's going to come out soon and we'll sort of show sort of human evaluations in there, and we can get to about 90% of the scenarios we can reproduce. But what I will show you instead is we can also put this directly into a simulator. And so this is MetaDrive, and we can try to test policies that were developed for these simulators on the scenarios that we generated. All right, so these are two different kinds of policies, IDM and PPO. Here's some more examples. And so maybe to wrap up, what I'm really excited about is really the fact that everything is sort of changing. We can do many more things. We have language models at our disposal that sort of are the end of categories. We can use them to start to sort of as a useful input to our models. And then we also have much more flexible architectures now. It's no longer transform activation map into another activation map. It's really anything you would want to do, you could now express in a model that you can differentiate through and learn. Right? Yeah, with that, I have one more announcement. I mentioned I'm splitting my time between Apple and UT. All the work there was done at UT. We also hiring postdocs at Apple. So if you're interested, just shoot me an email. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much.
Questions, anybody?
Hi, first of all, thank you for your talk. I have two questions. First question is about ethic, your work on last year on ECD. So my question is, extending to open vocabulary is very interesting topic. And in your ethic, you use ImageNet to expand the vocabulary. And my question is, what's the performance boost from the increase in seeing classes or increase in samples? That's my first question. And second question is about the cross attention. Cross attention is known to be powerful, but my question is, maybe for short videos it may be okay, but for like streaming settings or like videos that can last hours or so, then have you considered about like the space memory time complexity of the? Yeah, those are my two questions.
Okay, good. Yeah, so the first question, the trade-off between number of classes or number of annotations that we have and just the number of classes we have, it's pretty hard to quantify, and I don't think we have studied this enough. Now for the second question on, yes, cross attention is actually really slow if you have long videos. We have some work at ECCV last year where we looked at if you reformulate the kernel in cross attention the right way, you can actually make it streaming. So you can sort of have a cross attention operator that will add elements to a queue or even just computer running average. And that one sort of does not scale with the length of the video. So you can just run it and it will not become slower. So you can just build up longer and longer sort of memory.
Okay, so first question, you're not too sure?
Yeah, I don't know. We would have to do the experiment for the first one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, Fisher will return favor.
Okay, it's very interesting talk, like pointing out the behavior change going through computer vision. I have a question on one of the parts. So it's very interesting that you can expand the detection to 20,000 categories. So what do you think will be needed in order to expand this to everything we can make? Well, one thing we already have is we have a lot of this, like this, a lot of data to increase where we have the caption and in pair.
Yeah, so like, okay, so everything we can name, there's really two categories I would split things in. Every noun, I think we're very close. Like we already trained on captioning data. Every adjective, that might take a little more time. Every verb, I have no idea. I think like English language is actually quite poor in describing actions and sort of verbs. And so I think there we're going to hit a wall eventually. We can express way more visually at some point if we talk about actions and the way like states change than we can with language. And so there, I don't know how to get there. In terms of sort of adjectives and nouns, I think the data that we have might get us close, and then otherwise generative models might get us over the hump.
It's interesting to open that work. That's kind of better than I thought.
Yeah.
I have a question on the queries for your detection as you're tracking.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the learning queries like in the DTR, right? So what exactly is the learning queries? What are they learning exactly? There's a grouping of some information which is basically a vector according to numbers. But do you have any insight on what exactly it is learning?
Yes, this is a very insightful question. And I totally glanced over this detail. So it turns out if you learn queries, a fixed set of queries, it doesn't actually work that well. And so the trick we play there is the queries in our global tracker are all the detections that we have in the last frame. So we look at all the detections that we have in the last frame, we use those as queries to do the global association. And so that way we're always guaranteed to have tracks that sort of end at the current frame, and we'll detect all of these. We might not detect tracks that actually end a little bit earlier, but then we could sort of just shift back a little bit and
It's like an NLP transport features of the detection.
yes. We couldn't get the actual pure debtor style queries to work very well.
Final questions for the speaker. Okay, so let's thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move on to the next stage, which is we're going to be presenting a couple accepted papers with CVPR.
Yeah, especially welcome Tim present learning to generate implicit neural effects in the web.
Yeah, I think it's shared already. So let me connect to the HDMI. Okay, great. Maybe this way. Yeah, hope everybody enjoys the talk so far. Yeah, it's very exciting. Okay, cool. Okay, everybody can see the screen now. So this is Xingchen. So I'm a research scientist at Waymo. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about our CVPR paper this year, GINA 3D, learning to generate implicit neural assets in the wild. So if you curious about the details, you can also attend our poster session, which is tomorrow in the afternoon. So this is a joint work with awesome team from Waymo, include. Share the second? What do you mean?
Now you're sharing on this screen, including.
Oh, okay, I see.
Basically, presenter view.
Maybe the. Oh, I see. Sharing the window, probably. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah. Okay. So this is a work with Bo Kui, Charles, Mahia, Bo Yang, Leo Guibas, Ying, and Drago. A little bit about the background. So I guess today people are all familiar with this kind of synthetic data generation or AIGC, AICG. Yeah, so I just want to mention like in the autonomous driving domain, like a synthetic generation is also very important, especially in generating data for training and testing the AI, the autonomous driving stack. So given some like a multi-sensor data captured in the wild with partial view coverage, which is shown on the left, specifically the goal here in autonomous driving is we want to be able to create some complete shape assets, object assets from this kind of partial observation, and being able to inject the assets back to the scene to create some synthetic data for training and testing. So this task in general, at a very high level, creating 3D content, complete 3D content from partial observation is a very challenging topic in the community, and it's also very trendy these days. Here I just listed like two previous work, Giraffe and EG3D, which has been published in the past 2 years, but there are many more like on archive these days. So most of the work, if you look at the data set they have been using, it's basically Celebrate FFHQ Concars data set. So the assumption in the data set are the objects captured at a certain distance with little occlusions. But this creates like a giant gap to objects we see in the real world, especially for autonomous driving. So for objects seen in the real world, we have seen a lot of occlusions. The objects can appear at different distances with arbitrary partial view coverage. More importantly, it also includes some long tail instances. We probably only see a few times. Yeah. I think let's think about maybe come back to the problem formulation, like from the perspective, probabilistic perspective. Given the viewpoint variable v, whether it's hidden or whether it's like given as a conditional variable, as well as the object latent variable z, I think the most previous work, what I call is like control. They use the control view formulation to generate the images. So here, our assumption is the object is visible, always visible, and maybe placed at a certain distance. But what we see in the real world is like this U-Haul car is occluded by another red sedan. So we have to consider this kind of surrounding context occlusions in this kind of probabilistic graphic model. So here, the occlusions node is actually affected by the object we are interested in, as well as the viewpoint and surrounding context. So this kind of misalignment between the data distribution in the wild and the probabilistic graph that have been used in the previous work actually lead to some difficulty in training like a generative model with adversarial training. So we took a different approach. Instead of generating this kind of occlusion surrounding context using like a decoder-only network, we instead take the like an encoder-decoder approach, which is also trendy. Basically we get inspiration from this like a giant generative model. So I think the key here is given the image, we use some encoder network or recognition model to infer the object latent in the first place. What the object latent can be further used to reconstruct the exact input we observe. So here, instead of generating the occlusions and surrounding context from scratch, we basically use the occlusion as a condition to basically force the network or force the model to predict only the visible pixels. In addition, we basically consider, feel like in order to basically cover all the distribution, especially long tails, a single Gaussian variable is definitely not enough. That's why we have introduced this kind of structure object latent in the 3D space. It's basically a low dimensional or low resolution version of the triplanar representation, where each element is a discrete token. We also learn from the distribution. So our training of this kind of structure object latent, as well as the encoder decoder, basically has two stages. The first stage is just a feature learning. Given like an input image, we use a VIT encoder to extract the 2D patch tokens. And thanks to Philip, I mean, we use some cross attention to basically kind of like associate each of the 2D tokens into the 3D space. It's kind of a low dimensional 3D space. Once we have this kind of triplane latence in the 3D space, we also apply an additional quantization step to convert the continuous variable into discrete tokens. This is for the second stage training I will cover later. Yeah. Once you have this kind of a triplane latence in discrete space, we also apply a decoder network, which is kind of style-based. We upsample the low resolution triplane latence into higher resolution triplane feature maps, apply a new renderer here. So here we generate the render mask as well as the render color. So since our data is always like have occlusions, we only supervise the foreground or visible pixels. Yeah. So once we learn this kind of like a green triplane representation, so we apply this mask git, which is like iterative generation pipeline that's from Google research, conditioned on a scalar class semantic time of day information. So we can do this iterative like a triplane latent generation in this way. So once we generate the triplane, we just feed that to the pre-trained decoder. So in this way, we can generate arbitrary amount of even unseen assets conditioned on the conditioning variable like scalar class, as I mentioned in this picture. Yeah. So the data sets we have been used is basically we extracted thousands of objects from the Waymo open data set, and including the camera images as well as the point clouds of the objects. In particularly, we basically provide accurate registration for each of the camera rays and the light point clouds in the object-centric frame. Yeah, we plan to release the data set to the community. So here I want to show some visualizations of the generation quality where we learn like a vehicle GNA on the entire like Waymo open data set vehicle category. Yeah, here are some like rotating vehicles assets we learn to generate from the entire data set. You can see some like a real SF muni buses if you live in the Bay Area. Yeah, I think this framework can be easily extended to generate like a semantic mappings, especially for this kind of, we can try to generate the dyno feature maps in this way. Yeah. We also have some in-house data set which contain a lot of long-tail trucks, construction vehicles. We learn a model on the Intel data set, and we show that we can actually generate very nice results. Yeah. So all I showed in previous slides about like unconditional generation, but since we decouple the training into two steps, we can actually retrain the second stage with different conditions, like a class condition, time of day condition, box condition, image condition. These can be very useful for simulation because you can actually create arbitrary like things with these conditioning variables. Yeah, here are more visualizations of the data set. And pedestrian benchmark. Basically, we believe to our best knowledge, this is the largest, most diverse data set for this purpose in autonomous driving industry, which we plan to release very soon. So yeah, you have seen the talk and all the results. I think there are certain limitations of the work, especially currently we see some generalization issue beyond the rigid object. And it's kind of model is kind of sensitive to the LiDAR 3D bounding box notation. It's also an interesting question: how can we do extension to field shot, and how to better model the view-dependent aspects? So finally, I will thank all the attendees from Zoom or from basically attending in person, as well as the organizers. Also, the Waymo team who contribute a lot to this work, as well as the collaboration with Google Research. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So we have time for a couple of questions.
nice talk.
Thanks.
I've seen the triplane used multiple times. Do you have any intuition why that actually works?
Oh yeah, I think yeah, that's a great question. I think we have maybe two versions of triplane. Triplane for rendering. I think that's basically we can use voxel grid, but I think voxel grid is too expensive to generate at the training time. That's why I think triplane is a good approximation. For the latent space triplane, we also actually in the paper we tried non-structured latent space. We show that I think with this kind of triplane in the latent space, it actually learns much faster and generally much better. I think that basically reflect the underlying structure of the data we have. Yeah, that's a great question.
Any other questions? So does moving on to the triplanar representation limits the type of shapes that you can produce, or is there no limitation? Does it have to be convex?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think basically triplanar, I didn't use just like 3 feature maps. It's basically 96 feature maps, like a 32 per x, y, y, z, z, x. I think that's yeah, I would say maybe some very complex shape you cannot do in the triplane. Maybe you can do in voxel representation, but maybe triplane is yeah. You will see like in our paper we also have some limitation on generating the pedestrians. Like that might be the case, yeah. But yeah, basically we want to release the data set, so maybe the academia can also play with the data set. Yeah, so to have more findings, yeah, more benchmark. Yeah. Thanks for the good question.
Thank you very much. So let's thank the speaker once again. The next invited accept the paper talk is going.
Okay. And I should be sharing my screen. Do you know why this is happening? Well, I haven't loaded the screen. Where your slide? It's this one. Can I see the presenter view? Yeah. Interesting. So people are looking at my paper collection. Where is the slide? Yeah, it's here. You can then share this one. Try from Zoom. Yeah, try. Yeah, sure. This is weird. Oh, it's okay now. It's okay now. Right, yeah, but I seem to cannot see the presenter notes. Yeah. Maybe you need to use the extension mode. Use display setting, go to setting. Display. Then stop mirroring. Display setting. Stop mirroring. This one. Maybe Yeah, sorry for the wait. Put the presenter view, presenter notes into this screen. How should I remove things though? You can just share the Google Chrome. I don't have the screen. Okay, never mind. I'll just go with this. Can you start sharing over Zoom? Starting. Okay, so can you see? Yeah, I saw it. Okay. Oh, yeah. You see the presenter view. Still no. You're seeing there. No, it's mirrored. That's weird. I don't have my mouse here. Okay, now you can sit there. Just do the presenter view. In there. The top right. Yeah. Just talking this way. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Now you move this one back to your screen. It's not showing here. It's not showing here. It should be the images removed. It's here. Video sites. Oh, okay. Finally. Okay, I think it's good now. You see normally
yes,
on here?
yeah,
Okay,
see on them.
cool.
Cool.
So yeah, so sorry for the wait. Hi everyone. My name is Dian Chen. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about our work, which is called Viewpoint Equivariance for Multi-View 3D Object Detection. And this is done by myself and my wonderful collaborators at TRI. And this is also accepted to the main conference. The poster session is Wednesday morning, and we also have code released. So feel free to play with it and talk to us at the poster session. And since the topic of the workshop is vision-centric autonomous driving, I'd like to first give you a quick overview of the recent advances, which I think consists of two main parts. The first one is the data, where we have witnessed many high-quality, large-scale data set facilitating the field of autonomous driving research, including the real data with 3D labels, and also high fidelity simulation data. The other mainstream is the advances around architecture, especially for the perception stack. Here, just to give you a 1-minute quick literature review, where we have largely moved from the molecular 3D object detection, followed by heuristics to merge the local prediction into the global view, to this multi-view 3D object detection, where fusing information from multi-view images comes at a very much earlier stage, and which obviously have more benefits to the learning. And under this, there are two main styles, where the first one is via lift splash shoot, such that the image features are scattered into the BV voxels. And the second one is to use transformers to learn a correspondence between objects and visual features. And so far, we are happy to see that data plus architecture have brought promising improvements to the perception stack for autonomous driving. And while they are two very effective routes, in this work, we are thinking, how about the principles in the physical world, the world that autonomous vehicles actually operate in? And what are the principles? And the answer is 3D geometry. So if you were here earlier this morning, you have probably been sold by Adrian about the idea that 3D geometry is ubiquitous in our world and they are useful. So in this work, we are going to show that it's effective. We're going to show its effectiveness. And specifically, we are looking at a very interesting property called geometric equivariance. To give you an intuitive explanation of what that is, so more people might have been familiar with invariance, where the output is supposed to remain unchanged when the input changes. When the input changes. Here, let's say you have a bird, you rotate it, and you expect the model to still output bird. Whereas with equivariance, the output features are expected to undergo the exact same transformation applied on the input. So in the case of geometric equivariance, the transformations are going to be the SE3 transforms. And in this work called VCAD, we are trying to inject viewpoint equivariance into the learning process, which I'm going to dive into more detail in just a minute, and showcase that this improves multi-view 3D object detection. And to make everyone in the room on the same page, multi-view 3D object detection is a perception task where we have posed multi-view images, typically the surround view on the autonomous driving vehicle. And the model or the detector is supposed to predict objects captured in a scene in a format of 3D bounding boxes, where they are expressed in a local coordinate, in a global coordinate frame, typically one that's attached to LiDAR. And our proposed VCAD exploits 3D multi-view geometry to improve detection performance through viewpoint equivariance, such that predictions from different coordinate frames are going to be geometrically consistent. So that's our grounding. To see what this means, let's say the model has detected an object in the globe, and the gray is the ground truth and the dashed line is our prediction. And in addition to this single coordinate frame that people normally use, we also try to decode boxes from a few other virtual views. So let's say this one and this one. So in this example, we have two additional frames, such that the boxes predicted in these total 3 frames should be geometrically consistent, that they only differ by the relative transformation between the viewpoints. So this is, also called multi-view consistency. So, so specifically to see how this is implemented, this is the framework of VCAD, where it has a data style object detector with an image encoder, 2 geometric encoder, and a transformer-based decoder. So let me guide you to zoom in. So the image features of multi-view images are going to be fed into the decoder as the keys and values. This is, people commonly know how the transformer works. And here the transformer directly eat image features from multi-view so that we have a surround view scene representation. And with the positional encodings, interestingly, they are constructed from camera parameters to reflect the 3D perspective geometry of the camera that actually captured the scene. So if you look closely at each grid locations on the image, it should have a corresponding camera array, which is going to be 3D. And we concatenate the camera array, the quaternion of the camera, and also the camera translations, all these complete pose information, and pass that through the Fourier transformer, followed by an MLP, which will eventually become our positional encoding for the corresponding image feature. And on the query side, things are becoming more interesting, and which is our queries are constructed from learnable 3D query points together with selected query views. So there are two things: query points and query views. In this way, the queries are grounded with 3D geometry. And most importantly, by doing this, we have a way to specify a coordinate frame in which the 3D boxes are predicted and expressed. And finally, the viewpoint equivariance is injected during training via this novel VE loss. I mean, the viewpoint equivariance loss, which would encourage the predicted 3D boxes to have multi-view consistency based on the query view they are from. So this would lead to better detection performance, as this would actually effectively inject more useful 3D signals for the transformer to learn. And specifically, the ground truth will be transformed into different versions based on the query views, and they will be like concatenated to become superbox targets, and they will be used to supervise also the superbox predictions coming from different views. So this is just a little bit more detail of implementation if you're interested. So lastly, if you look at this again, the same 3D points will be associated with different query views, and they should be matched to the same object, and they are supervised with the multi-view targets. And just a little bit technical summary. On the model architecture side, we have a data style. Detector, which can reason on multi-view images with our novel 3D geometric positional encoding. And on the learning side, we introduced this novel viewpoint equivariance loss, which encourages 3D multi-view consistency, so that richer 3D cues are injected into the model during training. And just to give you a very quick glance at the performance, we achieve state-of-the-art detection on new scenes, large-scale driving data sets. So a lot of people have probably be familiar with it, but just a quick summary of what this data set looks like. It has such stats and 6 surround camera views, which is an ideal target for showcasing this work. And to give you some visualizations, we obviously achieve very geometrically consistent predictions for the detection, both for day and night. And if you look at the translation error, it actually is much lower than the comparable work, thanks to the viewpoint equivariance objective. And also this actually helps guiding the attention much better to look at relevant areas and focus on a relevant area. So this Petter V2 is a very closely related work that also adopts transformer, and we can show that by adopting our positional encoding and the novel loss, we can achieve better attention. And as mentioned, we are achieving state-of-the-art performance, but I'm not gonna brag about the numbers here, they are boring. So if you are interested, you can take a closer look at our paper. And Also, we just want to say that also via extensive ablation studies, we have verified the effectiveness of the two main components, which are the effectiveness of the 3D geometric positional encodings, as well as the viewpoint equivariance loss. And also, interestingly, these two components, they are more effective if you have more frames at the input. So let's say you have two time frame and you concatenate all 12 image input, let's say, as the input, and injecting the VE loss here becomes more effective compared to if you only have one timestamp. And vice versa, if you have the VE loss here, adding more time frame would actually be more useful than without VE loss. And from an optimization standpoint, people might argue, okay, so your model actually, per optimization step, your model sees more queries. So why not just adding a bunch of more queries to improve the detector? And we show here that simply adding the number of queries is not the key here to improve our performance. And we have provided a few variations and baselines. You can look for the paper for the detail. But the key idea is that here, adding the 3D geometry grounding as well as the viewpoint equivariance is the key ingredients of helping the model to become better at localizing objects and hence better detection. So yeah, so that was a really quick storming view of the VCAD work. So we also have some future directions that we'd like to share with you. So first of all, we would definitely looking at geometric foundation models. So foundation models have been brought up more and more frequently in the community. And here, what we're trying to really exploit is the 3D cues in the physical world that we actually care, so that we can eventually get the geometric foundation models to perform tasks like 3D, like robotics, that are actually more interesting in the real world. And the second one is the multimodality sensor input. So here in this work, we showcased the importance of 3D geometry with pure image data. So there is no other LiDAR data involved, but definitely the world is not limited to camera input. So we can definitely bring multimodality together and learn a shared representation space to improve the pipeline overall. And lastly, perception is not the end of the world. So even though we get like 1% performance improvement on perception, let's say a leaderboard, let's not just forget all the other stuff that's been happening. For example, the downstream applications like robotics, like planning, like control. And the perception is just one step in the first step in our entire end-to-end pipeline. So we would also like to incorporate such principle into our entire framework so that everything becomes more end-to-end. And yeah, so that's okay. So that's all I'm gonna sharing. And thank you for listening. And please do try our code and talk to us at the poster session. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I think we can do one or two quick questions. Someone in the back.
Multiple purposes. So I mean, seems like there are so many components here, and I was a little probably read your paper carefully. But you've got are you combining the ray cluster-based approach with the attention-based, like you've got a geometric encoder seems like the static shoe, but it might not be. The other one is transformer is.
Right, yeah. So lift splash shoot is like more explicit, where you use the depth distribution to explicitly put the feature into the BV grid, right? Whereas here we are trying to encode the scene implicitly via positional encodings for the transformer, right? So if you have your feature map for the images, each position of them actually correspond to a 3D geometry property, right? Yeah, using intrinsics and extrinsics. So you have unit length ray, and you encode the ray, the pose to represent the geometry of your of how your image is actually formed.
In the voxel grid.
Yeah, we don't have voxel grid, so
it's just a point.
We use unit length, right? So the transformer will learn to do the triangulation implicitly, and we are also not using any depth information here, which definitely going to be helpful in the future. So here we are using the unit length, right, to specify the direction. So
somehow gets mapped onto the figure.
Yes, the model will learn the triangulation implicitly. Thank you.
Hi, great work. Just one quick question. Very interesting that the Fourier transform actually goes up here. You have any insightful idea why? So
Yeah. So there are also some prior work that directly map the coordinates via MLP. And it's just that we empirically found that using Fourier as the first step will make the coordinates more expressive. Because if we care about the minute change in the localization, it can be considered as like a high frequency signal. So using Fourier to map it to a much more expressive space helps the model to converge faster. That's what I've observed during training. Thank you for the question.
I have one quick question is about the training and also in the training pipeline. You can use the different type of cameras with different intensity and expensive in the training line. So how is there any limitations about that, or how can you deal with the big conclusions due to the big shift? And also during the inference stage, we try to try some different random camera positions with large shape between each of them, however it works.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think the information is intrinsically embedded into the image and also the positional encoding you're going to have. So if you have during training, we sample from a pre-selected random space. So for sure, if you go very, very diverge, you select a very random point, it might actually be performing worse. So that is true. But I think during training, we sort of use this technique as you can view it as a data augmentation, but with geometric grounding. So I also tried it during inference. So within the space that's been sampled during training, if you also sample inference view at that space, the model will be reasonably good. Thank you.
One more question. Thanks for the talk. Actually, two questions. The first one, thanks. So for the setting, like multi-view and they are kind of overlap. So how is the model good enough to generate to associate the large objects in the near field properly across different views? And this is my first question. Another question is because of this multi-view setting, and we know that for the academic data set, we have different camera layout across different data sets. Is the model able to generalize to different data sets to work simultaneously and to train jointly?
Yeah, both are very good questions. So to your first question, and you're mentioning the overlap between the camera views, right? And the data set we have been showcasing is new things, and which has reasonable overlap to make the method effective. So, and also in the visualization I have just shown, there is a big car across two views, and the cross attention guided by the positional encoding and the viewpoint equivariance is able to like find the relevant place to look at for the car. And also we totally agree that this is only demonstrated with new scenes. So also we try to also demo it with Waymo datasets, which if you are like kind of familiar with it, it has much lower overlap between the camera views, which we kind of our hunch is that it will be less performant if you have way less overlap or no overlap. So I guess in that case, a good solution would be to have implicit depth representation via pre-training. So your representation is like depth aware. So I think if you have essentially no overlap, the problem sort of degenerates to monocular 3D detection. And yeah, so yeah, if you have more questions, just feel free to stop by and chat. Thanks.
Let's thank the speaker one more time. And we're going to break for lunch now. We're going to be back at 2 p.m. for the next round of keynote speech. Yes. Thank you very much.
就是这个 multiple data set， 然后这个就是 camera 背后不一样的时候，就能 jointly train， 然后有一些
可以的，
可以
就我们只是没有试把 data set combine 在一起，但是它这个应该是不是 tied to specific camera， 因为我那个 3D 的
precision
对 position encoding 它是一个 camera agnostic 的，就对，只要你
Hey, Yue, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Can you check whether the sound is good?
Yeah, the sound is good.
Wait a second, let me use the question mark. Check.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, cool. So it's good. Okay, excellent. Okay, I will be too. Thank you so much. Bye.
Using work, and now let's welcome Raquel to start her talk.
Great. Thanks for the kind words. Sorry to cut you off. Anyways, it's always embarrassing, these bios. Cool. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and you know, it's been a great CVPR so far already. I haven't been in a conference in 4 years. There's two things that happened. There was a pandemic, and then I founded a company. So actually, I was pretty busy, kind of building the foundations of that company. And in this CVPR, we are unveiling a lot of the great technology that we've been developing, and having a lot of really exciting research that actually is not just, you know, research that is cool, but actually is what empowers our production system that we work every single day. So it's been an incredible journey, Wabi, and definitely you know, something that is the next level in terms of the quality of the research that we do, because everything that we do really works, and I really mean it. Cool. So today I'm going to be talking about simulation in particular. But before I get into simulation, let me show you our cool robots. Okay. And hopefully this internet works, which we were having a lot of trouble before. All right.
That means safer roads, a stronger supply chain, a new era of logistics. At Wabi, we believe that to unlock this new era, we need to build the next generation of technology. Meet the Wabi driver. Powered by our AI-first approach, the Wabi driver is ready for trucking.
This is not rendering, this is our true robot.
The Wabi driver has two components. The advanced virtual driver is software, together with sensors and compute as hardware. It includes LiDARs, cameras, and radars for increased redundancy and safety. At its core, the Wabi driver is a full autonomy stack. From sensing the world to decision-making, the entire system as a whole automatically learns from data. Thanks to Wabi World, our groundbreaking simulator, we're able to expose the Wabi driver to the vast diversity of experiences needed to hone its driving skills, which would be impossible otherwise. This makes it safer and smarter before the wheels even start turning. The Wabi driver is a single AI system that is both modular and interpretable, which means we can trace every choice it makes and we can validate its decisions. The Wabi driver has superior generalization capabilities. It can apply learned skills to new situations and geographies it has never seen before, unlocking new autonomous routes with unprecedented speed. We built the Wabi driver with production intent from day one. It's designed to be easily integrated on the assembly line for a safe, reliable, and scalable product. And it's highly flexible, adaptable to multiple redundant truck platforms and sensor configurations. We are unveiling a new paradigm, safe, scalable, and ready for the road. The future of trucking is autonomous. The future of trucking is here.
Cool. So this is what, you know, I've been pretty busy the last 2 years, which is building this amazing first generation of robots with these Class 8 trucks. as well as the simulation system that really empowers us so that we can train the system, test the system, so that like, when it touches the road, it's really, really performant. And in an undisclosed location in the US, you can actually see the robots driving autonomously on public roads. So something really, really exciting. All right, so let's get into the meat of the talk today. And I thought that although this is probably obvious for everybody, it's always good to start by, okay, what is self-driving all about? And then how simulation can play a role in this. So if you think of, how almost every single software stack in self-driving works, is that you gather information from the sensors, right? Whether it's lidars, cameras, radars, etc. And the first thing that typically these systems do is that they localize the vehicle with high precision so that you can use high definition maps, which you need to use these high definition maps as sensors because they are not perfect. There might be changes that you see in the environment for construction and other things, for example. Right? Then basically you need to perceive the world around you. You need to be able to predict what the different actors are going to do in the next few seconds. And then you use the information about the past, the present, and the future in order to decide what is the safe maneuver that you need to execute in order to drive safely, right? And then you repeat this process every fraction of a second. The last bit that you typically have is control, where the idea is that when the motion planner, you try to execute that plan, but the vehicle does slightly different things because you don't have the perfect vehicle dynamics, because you don't know everything about the coefficient of friction of the, of exactly where you're driving, etc. So basically, you need to have this last module that is steering the vehicle towards the plan that you intended to execute in the first place. Right, and this is, as a whole, something that you repeat every fraction of a second, typically every 100 milliseconds. In, as I said, almost every single self-driving system. All right, so we've been at this for many, many years, and as an industry, since the DARPA challenge is almost two decades ago. And despite so much effort, so many billions of dollars, we're still far from commercialization at the scale. And the reason why it really kind of boils down to statistics. And what do I mean by this is that if you look at, the situations that you need to handle, there is many, some situations that happen very, very often. For example, driving, following your lane, right? And that's a boring situation, and that's great. These days, you can actually do that pretty well. But there is many, many, many other situations that happen really, really rarely. And what this means is that there is a very, very long tail, and there is a lot of mass on that long tail. And that's what makes driving really, really fun. So I have here some exciting pictures and whatnot. And I have to say that I've seen instantiations of 4 out of the 5 pictures. I haven't seen the elephants yet. Maybe I should go on a trip. But for example, this vehicle there, the aluminum-like vehicle, is a picture I took just walking around Toronto. And if you have a camera-based system, that thing is going to cause trouble, right? The other thing, things like birds is something that in BC here, it happened quite frequently. And this thing over here, this kind of like house, so you see a truck that is carrying a house, and you probably think this is very, very rare. It turns out that the first time that we engaged in autonomy at Wabi in public roads, we saw a whole bunch of those. And that was kind of interesting to see, like, how many of these rare things actually happens once you actually are trying to drive autonomously, right? So that makes the problem pretty hard, and it makes the problem hard in 2 ways. It makes the problem hard for autonomy that is in charge of driving safely, right? Because now you have to handle, your generalization abilities have to be really, really good, and that's, as you know, for both machine learning systems as well as for rule-based systems, this is actually a pretty hard task. And the second thing that is that if you want to test the system to really say that you're ready, for example, to drive autonomously, you need to test so many things, and that's actually really, really hard, right? Oftentimes people go on the road, right, millions of miles, but you're going to see a tiny fraction of that long tail. So potentially you need to drive even much more than that, and just for a particular one software release, right? So this is not sustainable, it's not the safest solution, and it's extremely capital intensive. So we need a better way to do this. All right, so simulation obviously is the alternative, right? That if we don't want to just drive on the real world, these empty miles over and over and over, right? We can try to build simulation systems where we can test, the software stack prior to deployment. And if we look at the industry today, there has been, I will say, like 3 main sources or types of simulation that you will see. And companies typically have many tools, many simulation, different types of simulations and whatnot. Simulation systems, sorry. And that's actually not a good thing. It's actually better to have the simulator, and I will show you in a second what that means and what we can do. So the type of simulation that is most used is what is called log replay, which I'm not even sure why it's called simulation, right? But this, the idea of this is that you capture data in the real world and then you just replay it. And then you're gonna just use the sensor information in order to see how your system kind of behaves. And typically you can do it in open loop where you're not executing your maneuvers, right? Because if you execute your maneuver, then suddenly the sensor data will be different. So you can use just replaying that log, right? So that's, and then what happens if you try to, if you are still kind of trying to execute your plan is that you end up with collisions and things that are not very realistic, right? So this is the most used source of simulation, but is, as you can see, is very primitive and it gives you a signal, but it doesn't give you a lot. Something that is also very used in the industry is behavioral simulation with the goal of testing the motion planner. So the idea here is that you're going to generate a lot of scenarios and things, and then you're going to create your abstractions of those, which are typically bounding boxes, trajectories, whatever, that you pass as input to the motion planner, and then you test how the motion planner reacts in that simulation. So this is closed loop, so that's better, but you're only testing a small part of the software stack. What means is that you are not going to have a full understanding of how errors in perception and prediction will actually confuse the motion plan, right? You have this overly optimistic view of the world. And as a consequence, you also can't really see a lot of the potential mistakes that you will see in the real world. Okay? Those are the reasons why you still see companies driving millions and millions of miles. The last bit of simulation that you don't see that much in the industry yet, or there is very small use cases, is the use of game engines, for example, to generate synthetic data so that you can train and test perception systems. So this is typically employed only for rare things, like let me simulate, for example, fire trucks or things that I don't have a lot of examples on my training data. But it's not really used at large for the full perception system. And the reason why is that it's not very realistic. And typically these environments are built by hand. Artists generate them. And if you want a realistic environment, just one of these scenes typically costs $100,000, $200,000. So that doesn't scale, right? So that's also not a great solution. All right. So what we're going to try to do today is I'm going to show you, the kind of things that you need to do and some solutions in terms of how we can create a simulator. We're going to call it Wabi World, where you can really test at scale the entire system in closed loop and in a way that is near real time. It's actually pretty efficient, so you can run on the cloud. Many scenarios as many as you would like. Okay, so we're going to invert this pyramid of using a bit of using a lot of simulation that gives you a little signal, and then you go on the road and you do a lot of road testing, to where you basically do most of your development on simulation, and then the road is mostly validation and verification. So it's a very different approach, which is what we have done at Wabi from day one, is build this amazing simulator and then really empower everything that we do this way. All right, so let's look at Wabi World Engine and the kind of things that it needs to do. So it's going to be closed loop, which means like it's like a video game. That doesn't mean that it has a renderer that is like a video game renderer. Okay, so this is not Unreal or anything like this. It's going to be something else. But it has to be reactive, right? The world reacts to the self-driving vehicle, and the self-driving vehicle reacts to the world. It also has to be immersive. What do I mean by this? Is that we need to simulate how the sensors will have observed the scene so that we can test the entire system, right? So we need to generate camera data, radar data, lidar data, etc. The same way, with the same fidelity as the real world. So it's reactive, right? And we need to generate at the scale and diversity of the real world, right? Remember all these long tails and whatnot. So we are trying to build very scalable solutions where we can really construct worlds to a scale that was never possible before. All right, so what you see over here is kind of like a block diagram of how the simulator works, and it's very simple, right? You have your world state, given that, which basically is where everybody is, your scene as well as yourself, right? Yourself meaning the self-driving vehicle, and then you're gonna render how that self-driving vehicle will have observed that scene. Then you're gonna give that information to the to your software stack, right? The same as if it was the real world. You're gonna execute, everything there, and that's gonna give you a maneuver that the self-driving vehicle wants to do. And at the same time, you're gonna do a tick of executing that maneuver. Then you will have the world that is gonna react to you, given the change that you have in behavior, and then you're gonna update the world state, okay? And this thing just continues in closed loop, right? That's the way that you have reactive actors to you, and then you are reacting to the actors, okay? So very, very simple concept per se. And the other thing that is important as well is that, because we're gonna run this at the scale, is that you need an evaluator that is able to automatically give you metrics in terms of how well you are doing. Okay, there is a lot that goes into evaluation and metrics. I'm not going to talk about that at all today. All right, so this is what we will, and let me know if I'm speaking too fast. I'm getting too excited. All right, so what we will, what you can see here is that, right? So we're gonna, it's gonna be built in a very simple concept, which is that the world is out there and it's amazing. Why do we need artists to recreate by hand the world if we can automatically reconstruct the world in a way that is, you can manipulate it? Then suddenly you have the skill, the diversity, and you have the ability to really test in places that where you're actually intended to go in the first place, right? So that's a very simple concept, but it's very, very powerful. All right, so we're gonna be able to reconstruct the world, simulate the sensors. We're gonna have sophisticated behavioral models. And not only this is gonna be a way to do testing, but also it's gonna be a way to learn on the simulator. And you can learn any piece of the software stack that you want, okay? But you can learn from the end task. Even if you are, for example, only interested in learning perception, you can still learn perception so that you drive the best. So it's a very, very flexible way to do this. All right, so I'm gonna first show you stuff on a scenario generation, and then I'm gonna show you a lot about reconstructing these digital twins, and then a little bit about coverage analysis and safety case. Okay. All right, so let's talk about more of the behavioral aspect that most of you are familiar when I say simulation, right? So the task here is the following, right? You want to do simulation, right? You want to create scenarios that are and actors that are reactive. It's actually twofold. So given a high definition map, the first thing that you need to do is generate a scenario that is realistic. This oftentimes in the self-driving community, in the computer vision community, is a task that is totally ignored, but it's very important. This is scenario generation, so that if you're looking for a problem to work on, that's actually an interesting task, very important task. Anyways, but you're gonna specify the scene, and then given that scene, the second task is to unroll a policy for a very long time to have realistic behaviors. Okay, is that clear? Right. All right. So let's see how we can do the specifying or generating the scenarios in the first place. And then let's look at how we can simulate the behaviors of the actors in a way that is controllable, diverse, and that works really well. All right, so if we want to generate these scenes, right? So we have an empty map, and now we need to place traffic, right? That's the idea here. So we want this to be efficient, right? So that we can generate, billions of scenarios, right? To do our testing. It has to be realistic, right? Because we need to test things that are going to happen in the real world. It has to be diverse, right? So it's not about having high livelihood, but also you need to cover, all the long tails. And it has to be controllable so that whether it's the machine or a human, for example, safety engineers are able to kind of play with the scenario generation to create the scenarios that they want if they are interested in particular things. All right, so there is many types or different, I would say 4 types of ways that you can generate these scenarios. And with Wabi World, you can do a combination of all these different things. One that is being very, very popular for self-driving, particularly when you talk to system engineers, is to have manual creation of those scenarios. And by manual, I don't mean the GUI where you drop things and you move around. I mean a way that programmatically typically create those scenarios, okay? And that's a very traditional way, typical way that you can do these things. So you can think of, in the context of generative AI, you can think of this, your prompts that you want to generate those scenarios. And in general, right, so you have controllability, but it's hard to make, to specify everything for a scenario, right? So it's actually pretty limited, typically the way by manual creation. Then some companies are looking at creating procedural models of, which typically generate simplistic traffic behaviors or scenarios where the idea is that you have some kind of a little grammar with some parameters and you just sample from it. Okay, and that's the way that you can generate a lot of things, but you don't cover the long tails that way. Other things that you can do is, digital cloning, right? This is what I was advocating for before. So you can use, for example, auto labeling, right, to generate from just raw data automatically scenarios. And that's a concept that is actually very, very useful. And one of the things that you're gonna see in a second is how we can use this to this concept of digital clone to also change what we call mixed reality, which is you can start with a scenario that happened, but you can modify to create variations that are more interesting or asking questions of the what if. And the last bit that, I'm sure that some of you are very excited about is, well, with the boom of generative AI and whatnot, you can actually create generative models to generate these scenarios. And this is, one of the generative models we created a couple of years ago. But you can mix and match the way that you can do these things. So in Wabi World, you can specify scenarios, you can create them from real logs, you can modify them, or you can fully generate it automatically, thanks to our generative AI technologies. All right, so what kind of things you can do to generate these scenarios? So yes, I'm gonna give you a flavor of some of the things that you can do. So a couple of years ago, we built, for example, methods that you can iteratively unroll the scenario, right? Where you can generate with RNN-like thing, right? One actor at a time. And that actually worked pretty well in practice, right? But is not the most efficient method, and it's not controllable, which is something that we really would like to have, the ability to really specify more things or be able to say, for example, we want to generate actors in this lane or things like this. So from that, we have actually moved into something that is more exciting. And I guess without saying what it is, it's something where you can actually generate full scenes at once. So it will be much more efficient, right? But at the same time, you can also add things, you can remove things, and you can control and specify constraints of the kind of things that you want to do. So these are just generations of the model, if it's unconditional, right? And then you can condition in all sorts of things during test time, so that you don't need to learn for every condition that you might want to do in the future. In this case, for example, we are saying, okay, this is the region of interest, generate stuff only there without colliding with any of the other actors that are already in the scene, right? So you can see like an easy way to edit and create things if you're interested in particular scenarios. Cool. So that's, certain ways that you have generated scenarios, right? And then let's assume now that we have those scenarios, and now we want to control those actors in a reactive way that is very realistic and is controllable. Okay, so let's see how we can do this. And I will not go a lot of the details, but I will give you a flavor of the type of methods that we have developed. And in particular, I'm going to talk about one of the papers that we have here at CVPR, which is an interesting, I will say, approach, where the idea is, again, that you can create these digital twins, but then you can modify them to create all sorts of stuff and really answer the questions of what would have happened if it turns out that this vehicle would have accelerated, would have been more aggressive, etc., which are things that are really, really useful to answer in self-driving in order to really understand the robustness of your system, for example. All right, so let's look at how we can do this. So in particular here, the kind of technology we unveiled the CVPR is a hierarchical model. And this particular model is actually fairly simple in terms of the hierarchy. You can build, much more sophisticated hierarchies. But the idea here is that The first level is going to control the route, and it's going to be a really interesting way to incorporate much more efficient, for example, search space, as we're going to do some stuff with it. And then condition on the route, then you can actually create your, you can enroll your policies, which is stochastic, in order to create scenarios. Okay, so it's a fairly simple, I would say, two-level hierarchical model. All right, so and then I'm going to show you some of the properties of this model. So it's going to be controllable, you can generate things, and then you can create adversarial examples. Right, so let's see how we can control this. So the control is very, very simple, right? So you can, this is where you want to build reactive log replay, right? So take that concept, all concept in the industry are just replaying logs, and now let's make everything to be reactive to you, right? That's something that is very powerful. So the way that you can do this with this model is that the first thing that you need to do is infer the route for every one of the actors. And that's something that you can do through optimization. And then condition on that you can enroll the policies, but now the actors are reactive to each other and they are reactive with respect to DSD. Okay, and that gives you a full simulation system where now the logs have variations with respect to what really happened in reality. And it turns out that this actually works much better compared to other ways of doing simulation, where from simplistic IDM-like models to things like behavioral cloning to closed loop training of imitation learning. That's what the IL path stands for, etc. So it gives you much better realism, as well as much better kind of common sense metrics, like not going off the road and then driving well. All right, so let's look at how this works in practice. On the left-hand side is log replay. The SDV is closed loop, but the actors are not reacting to you, so the test is kind of invalid after a bit because you're going to get into a collision, right? Because the actors are just them, right? They are not changing. The right-hand side is mixing, right? So now everything is reacting, so you can actually unroll simulations for much longer. All right, so now you can compare also to all these other ways, and you can see, hopefully the video plays, you can see that you have much more natural behaviors by doing something else. Compared to the other things stop when there is a collision, okay, because there is no more reason to continue the simulation and you have already collected. All right, that's the one I listen to me anymore. All right. Cool. So now let's look in, so in the controllability side, right, we were reconstructing a route and then being reactive. Now we can just be purely generative. So the idea here is very simple, right, is you're going to sample paths on a link graph. That's how you get, your routes. And then given each one of the samples, then you can sample your policy, right? And that's the way that you can get, many, many variations, right? So let's look at how this works. So this is just showing a log that was captured in the real world, and replays on the top left, and then just variations by sampling the stuff, sampling different routes that you have. Okay. So everything is stochastic, so you can get many, many of these variations, right? So it's a very natural way to do this. And now we can play also adversarial, right? A couple of years ago, we had this paper, Adversarial Sim, right, where we were attacking, we were looking at changing the kind of bicycle model parameters so that you can create scenarios that are adversaries, but it wasn't like super realistic. So thanks to this hierarchy, you can have, you can look for adversarial scenarios in a much faster way, and they're also much more realistic. So that's a much better way to get kind of like corner cases for your behaviors. On the left-hand side is just attacking using as parameterization so it's the same attack, but using as parameterization the bicycle model, right, of the actor. And on the right-hand side, we use the routes, and then the policy is just unrolling. Okay. And you see that you get much more interesting behaviors, like, for example, here the bus or truck is actually getting, nudging to us, and then we're going to get to a collision, right? So much more natural things that, in this case, we see that this particular planner, which is a bit of a dummy planner, has difficulty, so you can attack it easily. Cool. So when you build all these behavioral models, I just show you one here with Mixim, but something that is very important as well is that your simulation shouldn't just have a particular type of agent, right? Because the world, as humans, we behave so differently on the road. So you need to be able to test against many, many different policies. And that's why we have what we call an actor zoo, where basically, and this is just some examples, where basically you can actually, every single agent, you can decide, which policy you sample from. Okay? So that you can, this way you can create so many interesting variations of the world. Cool. So now we talk a lot about behaviors, and I'm going to talk about appearance as well as sensor simulation and creating the 3D digital twins, not just the behavior part of it. All right, so let's go into Unison, which is one of the, I guess, probably the best paper I ever brought. So let's see what is the idea here, right? So I mentioned that before as well, which is, for 3D content creation, typically in the industry, you have artists, and then what you will see is like there is only a couple of scenes, right? Because it's very expensive, right? So now we're gonna just digitally clone the world by creating a variation of nerf-like thing where you can actually get like really, really good results that are controllable, editable, which is the thing that is key here, because not only we wanna clone the world, we want to modify it and re-render everything, right, from the perspective of this closed loop simulator. All right, so it has to be manipulable, which is something I can't pronounce, all right? And so we're going to do things like not only reconstruct and do log replay, right, within the same simulator. We are also going to do actor removal, actor insertion. We are going to manipulate the trajectories of the actors and other things of the actors. And you can manipulate as well the self-driving vehicle, because it's a closed loop simulator. So it's going to be a different trajectory than whatever you observe when, with that original data that created the nerve. All right, so without going into too many details, right, but the idea is, I would say fairly simple, right, is that you're going to treat a bit differently the static part of the environment, all the dynamic actors, right? Because the static is just static in the sense that 3D world is not going to change, but the actors that you have inside, we're going to do all sorts of things with them, right? So we have to decouple these two things. And you can use in this case as input, we're going to have LiDAR and camera, right, capturing the scene, a single log, right? A tiny snippet from that, we're going to clone that world. And that kind of anchors, where to look at in terms of where there is LiDAR points, so that we have a sparser world to look at versus having to voxelize everything in the world, which is too much in terms of the dimensionality. And in particular, we're going to use a multi-resolution neural feature grid in order to represent every one of these things. And it's something that actually works pretty well in practice. So how we're going to render with this is that, given a location of the SDV where the sensor is, right, and the particular ray that you're interested in rendering, right? So we are gonna basically perform volume rendering, but it's gonna be volume rendering at the feature level, so that we have more flexibility, and then that enables us to support smaller dimensionalities or bigger voxels, so that everything works out in terms of memory and computation. And then we're gonna use a mixture of putting together two concepts, which is kind of a volume rendering together with image rendering, so that you have the best of both worlds. So you have this really high resolution simulations that you're going to see in a second. We can do the same thing for the LiDAR as well, where basically we're going to also volume render and use an MLP for the intensity, because intensity is a little bit more sophisticated, right? And in terms of the actors in the scene, the way that we're going to do this is very similar in terms of, we're also going to have these feature representations, and we're going to use volume rendering of those features. But the difference is that because you observe only a small part of the actors, right, as you have a little snippet of data, right, and we're going to need to render them from many different variations, potentially many different viewpoints, we are going to have kind of a shared representation by using a latent space and a hypernet, so that we can learn a prior of different objects in the scene from that one little snippet and nothing else. All right, so that's in a nutshell how it works. And now I'm going to show you results, and this is the part that if you were sleeping, wake up, because this is really cool. All right, so first I'm going to show you log replay, right? Left-hand side is the original log, and this is the only thing we have, this tiny snippet. And from that, we have to reconstruct and do all sorts of things with it. And as you know, this is a single line trajectory kind of thing, right? If you work with nerve, it really struggles to generalize viewpoint. But we need to create something where that struggle is not there anymore. Okay? So all this kind of stuff that I was talking about before enable us to really do so. All right, and so on the left-hand side, sorry, there was the original log, and then on the other side, you see the digital twin. Super, super realistic, but this is, relatively easy, right? You have seen things of this with nerves and other things, right? And the interesting thing is that this thing enables us to render in a cohesive manner both all the sensors, right? So this, I'm showing you here how we can render as well later, right? So we have multiple LiDARs, multiple cameras on our tracks. You need to render everything, right, together. Now we're gonna play and change reality. Okay, so left-hand side is the little snippet of data that we have. Right-hand side, we're gonna re-simulate the world. And in this, what I'm doing here is removing everything that was moving. Okay, and then just simulating how the scene would have looked like if we just drive here. And again, this is the only thing that you have to create this from, right? So it's pretty difficult in painting as well, kind of thing. So it works really well, right? And it turns out that you can do this with all sorts of different scenes. You can do this at scale, right? And oftentimes people ask me, does it work at night? Does it work with this sun is shining in front of you? And what you can see here is that it works really, really well. And oftentimes I show this, and I ask the question, which one is simulation versus the real world, right? And it's really hard to say. Everything is simulation. Really, really high fidelity. All right, so now we can also insert actors. So I don't know if you see my mouse, but this guy over here, hopefully you see, is actually somebody that was never in San Francisco before. So now you can drop actors, and then, with the stuff that I showed you before, you can generate the trajectories, reactive, all the stuff, right? You can, insert many different actors. In this case, I'm just showing, a set of actors that come from a different log, but they are doing the trajectories of the actors of this log. Okay, so you see how, you can, by observing a bit of the world, suddenly you have so many things that you can do. And now we're going to manipulate them, and we're going to change their behavior as well to create, maybe more hazard-like situations. Original log on the left, and on the right, now the white car is aborting the left turn, and it's actually coming to our lane. Okay, and now we need to typically, brake, otherwise we would actually end up in a collision. Right? We can swap actors into who is doing what, right? And that's quite interesting because you can look at the effects of shape in your perception system, for example, but now in closed loop, all the way to the system level metrics, right? Something that was impossible before. You can continue modifying the behavior, and this is just another example where, this actor is lane changing and whatnot, right? So you can decide. Again, you can use what I showed you before to do all sorts of different behaviors and whatnot, and just render them with this. Last but not least, it's not play. This place. You can modify also the self-driving vehicle, right? And in this case, I'm just going to show you render when we are actually performing a lane change, right? Where now the viewpoint, in this case, I'm just showing for the demo, right? Just fully changing the camera and now showing the world from a different lane. This is where nerve does a terrible, terrible job, right? But here you can actually really go and extrapolate viewpoints really, really nicely. And you can do this at the scale in all the different logs and things that I showed you before, right? Where now you can change lanes, you can also change the perspective up and down. And this is how we can, every single data that we ever capture with any platform can be used to train our trucks and to test our trucks. We actually use this technology to select where the sensors are in the first place in our truck, so that is optimal for driving well in the real world. All right, oops. Okay, great. So now let's put all together, and then we're gonna do closed loop. I'm gonna show you just some examples of now everything where we are actually gonna drive in this virtual or mixed reality world using an autonomy stack. And the system is really, Wabi world is really configurable. You can use any autonomy stack that you want to. And obviously the autonomy stack I'm showing you here is not our production system. All right, so what we, in terms of the autonomy, right? The simulator is our production simulator. All right, so what you see over here is a log that was originally captured and whatnot, right? And now what I'm gonna show you is where now autonomy is driving on that reactive log. Right, you see that now autonomy decided to change lanes because we inserted this adversarial actor that is coming in the opposite traffic, right? So you see how you can generate these safety critical situations, right, with a level of fidelity that was impossible before, right? And this is just some examples, right, for you to see the power of what we have here. All right, that's another example, and hopefully you can see together. Oops. Same idea in this case, the vehicle decided to change lanes and then queue behind instead of, because the white car was actually coming into our lane. So it was, it's trying to be conservative and then let that vehicle get into the lane. Yes, there's another example of how you can do this reactive simulation in this real world, mixed real world. All right, so that actually works really well. And what is interesting is if you look at the metrics, that in this case, this is using only the camera-based simulation. You have that the domain gap, in this case, we are showing perception, is actually pretty small, where if you train on real and test on real, you have, almost 41%, right, in this metric. And if you do it with our simulator, you get only 1 AP less in terms of a perception-based system, which is it's really I would say next generation in terms of how realistic this is. And then what is more important is that you can play the same thing on the lane shift situation, right? Which is where now you need to really extrapolate, and that's where these other techniques, some of your favorite techniques, really have trouble, and Unisim really generalizes much better than anything I've seen before. You can use also for data augmentation by using the same logs, but augmenting by looking at different perspectives, and it turns out that you can actually improve even with the same data just by doing this fancy augmentation this way. All right, and this works in all different scenarios, different types of cameras. What I'm showing you here is if you actually do the same thing now with lower quality cameras in highways. Yes, a different example. And we're just changing perspective from this was captured with a car and showing you what a truck will have seen. You can remove things that were there. You can add stuff that was never there, right? You can do this in a continuous manner for, as long as you want. And this is the operation domain, potentially, not this particular one for us, but imagine you capture in your operation domain, you can actually have simulation exactly where your vehicles are operating, which is also something that people don't have in this closed loop simulation. So it's really a new concept in terms of all these things that you can do with this Wabi world. All right, maybe on the last 1 minute I have, I'm gonna just talk a little bit about the last bit, perhaps, which is that, all this great, but the last bit that you need as well is as you go towards making your safety case, etc., is that you also need to start incorporating this notion of coverage. So this simulator is, a big piece of our safety case, but now you need to also understand which scenarios, with which frequency do I need to simulate in order to really, if I do well on those and my domain gap is very small, I can actually say that with very high probability, I can handle all those situations in the real world. Okay. So the last bit of some of the things that we are looking at, just to give you a flavor, is to look at, well, are there ways to parameterize the space so that we can parameterize kind of like the space of all the possibilities in the world? And can we sample this world very efficiently in order to create our tests, right? Because if you just sample at random, right, with all the variations, because don't forget that now it's not just about behaviors, it's about the appearance and all these different things of the world, right? Now the simulator can do so many more things, right, than anything else. So you need to make sure that you don't sample uniformly, but you sample so that you discover all the potential areas where you might have a risk or mistakes, right? And you can play with the adversary piece as well as in order to discover those areas very efficiently, as well as having a more probabilistic kind of estimate of how well you can actually do, right? So the idea is that you can basically start looking at, sampling a little bit and then refining your sampling so that you actually focus on the right thing. And then you can define what is the boundary of the things that you can handle versus the boundary of the things that you can't. And instead of running billions of simulations and then, burning, instead of on a real fleet, burning all your dollars in, Amazon or AWS or whatever your favorite cloud provider is, you can do this super, super efficiently so that your iteration cycle of your organization is a totally different dimension than before. All right, so just to conclude, I show you, I guess, Wabi World, and no more music. I show you Wabi World or some of the intricacies that we are unveiling at the CVPR of how it works, how we can really clone the world in a way that is manipulable so that you can have this really next generation testing. And the thing that you can do here is that you can actually not just test, but you can train whatever piece, sub-piece, the middle, the beginning, the entire software stack on the simulator. All right, thank you.
Questions? We don't really have that much time, but yeah, a couple of questions, all right.
Thanks, that was a beautiful talk. So I have one question concerning the sensor similar close to evaluation. So for cameras, maybe also LiDAR, where there's a clear path between 2D and 3D, I think the simulation might work very well. But what about radar? So do we have a solution to also mimic radar just because of the nature of how the sensor works? Because if you don't have such a simulation, the close-up evaluation might be very difficult to do, right?
Yeah, if your system uses radar, you need to do radar simulation as well, so that you have a representation of the, of your entire sensors. There is other things that you can do, which are ways to bypass that. But in general, yes, we have publicly talked only about lidar and cameras, and that's where I will stop today. Yeah, but you need to simulate the sensors that you have on your vehicles.
Hi, thank you very much for this great talk. I have 3 questions, not more, but great. So first is quick. How much computing resource do you need to actually generate a scenario, say, and how long is a scenario case?
Yeah, so the snippets that you see over here, I mean, typically, depending on what you're interested in, can range from, let's say, 8 seconds to 20 seconds. It really depends of what you're trying to test. And so, what was the first part of your question?
How much computing resource, say, GPU or CPU hours?
Yeah. Let's see, did we have we talk about this in public? Do I have my folks here? Did we put numbers on the paper? Wait, before you answer, did we put numbers on the paper? Okay, so this is what a couple of hours, right? For with Unisim, a couple of hours. Now we have some other stuff that we are doing where you can do real-time rendering and some other really cool stuff so that you can scale further. But this particular technique, yes, it's about 2 hours, something like this per scenario. For this, the fidelity that you see over here.
Okay, cool.
In one machine. Right. And so in the cloud, you can have thousands of scenarios very quickly.
Yeah. And also, I'm wondering if you have been using this for the closed loop training that you mentioned in one of the slides. Is it used for training or used for testing only?
Yeah, so you can use for training or for testing. Yeah.
Okay, so then I wonder, if you do it in training, is closed loop training really necessary? Can you just do a perturbation in just one data sample? I mean, randomly chosen instead of continuously.
Yeah. So for training the full autonomy system, is very important that you have closed loop training. And whether you do a REL or you do imitation-like closed loop training, that's up to you. But it's very important that you understand the effects of your actions. There is some really exciting work also that we are doing on how you can combine imitation learning with real world data with, closed loop training so that you get the best of both worlds. But yeah, it's very, very, very important. like, well, you don't see that much this in academia because the metrics are just the wrong metrics. They are usually open loop metrics, which do not reflect the performance of the system.
That's great, thanks. One last question. Regarding the agent behavior training, how do you measure how realistic it is, and how much realisticity do you really need for?
Yeah, so realism typically you can measure in terms of if you have a diverse enough data set, right? You can look at whether you cover well the space of the likelihood of some of your test examples that you don't use right in training. So you can do things like this. Yeah, so NNA, for example, would be a good way to measure this. You can look at whether your simulation results in collisions, out of road, things that you will not see in real scenarios. You can look at coverage as well in terms of not just how likely things are, but is diverse enough so that you can handle all these things that you might see. So there is like different metrics, but in all honesty, there is a need for research on better metrics because those are not great. And yeah, so there's we spend a lot of time thinking about there are better ways to measure this so that we can optimize those other measures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess we have time for only one more question. So sorry about that, but we can always ask.
Yeah, I was wondering for the self-driving vehicle perspective change, what's the sort of like maximum that you can make a change perspective? You showed some like lane changes, but you can make it do like a left turn instead of going straight, something like that.
Yeah, so it would all depend on what are the snippets that you use to create that world in the first place, right? So for example, if you're only going straight and it's a tiny snippet, you can't, at some point, you can generalize pretty well, but at some point you're going to see things that you've never seen. So it's all hallucination, right? So that's going to be very difficult to make realistic, right? And we've seen some great work in this conference, right? But it's still not this level of realism. What you can do as well is use more than one snippet to create that. And then suddenly you have your world, right? And then you can do more things.
But does this model have the capability to sort of like imagine the world?
This model, no, but you can do the things. Yes. And the same that you can, this model, this particular paper is only using one snippet, right? That's something that we wanted to show as, something that is actually pretty challenging and very exciting, right? For example, if you have an intervention, you want to just reproduce that log. But there are ways that you can combine more snippets, for example. And that's how you can expand these words.
Thanks.
And next we are going to have a program, which is going to be online.
Hey, Victor and Diane, we lost your voice on the online.
Hi, Xinchu, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so maybe I can start testing my screen sharing, or is it the introduction done already?
Introduction is done already. You can start your screen and go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, I missed that part, but it's okay.
All right.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Xinchu Wong from NVIDIA Autonomous Vehicle Research. Today I'm going to share about our work on the scalability of modular autonomy stacks. And this is a joint team effort across multiple members in our group. And I would really hope to see everybody around in person, but unfortunately I couldn't come in person, so I will have to give this presentation remotely. Okay, so let's get started. By the way, is my screen sharing working?
Yep.
Yes, it's working.
Okay, sounds good. So broadly, there are two main architectures for vehicle autonomy today. On one hand,
modular architectures, which comprise independently trained modules. For example, for detection, tracking, prediction, planning, and control, this is the typical structure in the past decades because of the key advantages such as interoperability, reusability, and feasibility to make formal safety claim. However, this architecture introduces information bottlenecks and might give rise to integration challenges. On the other hand, we have monolithic architectures with end-to-end learning, which typically link perception to control through a neural network, and only implicitly encode key capacities such as object detection, mapping, and agent prediction. As key advantages, an end-to-end architectures remove information bottlenecks, and because of that, one could argue it might achieve a level of optimality unattainable by modular architectures, which are based on rigid module decomposition. Also, it's straightforward to scale up the performance of the end-to-end architectures when large-scale data becomes available nowadays. The claim that the end-to-end stack may achieve performance unattainable by modular architectures seems to be supported and corroborated by empirical evidence. Taking the well-established Carlisle driving challenge as an example, when the pioneering work, learning by cheating, was first proposed, its performance is relatively low due to the poor quality of the expert and also data collection process. However, as time goes by and stronger experts are developed nowadays, performance of the subsequent work in end-to-end AV stack has been substantially improved. In contrast, if we look at the popular modular stacks, such as Pilot and Tech for Edge Car in the Carlisle closed-loop driving challenges, the performance really lags behind and does not benefit from the improved data and expert over time. So the question is that, can we conclusively argue that modular architectures are fundamentally suboptimal? Well, the answer is not quite. Let's consider a standard decision-making setting where we want to control a system with state X by controlling the action used based on the measurement states. Define the information vector or the input as the history of measurements and control up to the current frame. The problem is to find an optimal policy that maps the information vector into control actions and optimize the performance given a cost. One can show that the conditional state distribution from the information vector to the state, denoted by P here, is a sufficient statistic, and the optimal controller can always be written as a mapping from the conditional state distribution to control actions. And explicitly, this means that we can decompose the optimal controller into two parts. One, the estimator, which uses the current measurement and the previous control values to update the distribution P, and the actuator, which generates the control input as a function of the distribution P. This interpretation has formed the basis for various suboptimal control schemes that separate the controller into an estimator and an actuator. But importantly, we would like to argue that the suboptimality of these schemes stems from the suboptimal design of the individual component rather than the modular decomposition itself. Inspired by this theory, we believe that the standard decomposition of the modular AV stack should not lag behind too much in terms of the performance in a closed loop setting. And it might be because of this, because the suboptimality of individual components causes the performance gap compared to the end-to-end stack. To verify this, we went back to the Carlisle driving challenge and paid particular attention to design different modules with state-of-the-art techniques. For example, we use the state-of-the-art transformer-based architectures such as Data 3D, Filter 3D for detection versus the 2D detection method used in Pilot. Similarly, for tracking, we use more recent 3D trackers such as Builder 3D, whereas Pilot used the old 2D trackers such as Sort. Also, for prediction, we support the interaction-aware multimodal trajectory prediction methods such as Agent Informer and Trajectory++, rather than the older method that predicts trajectory for each agent independently, as in Pilot. And notably, our AV stack is built on top of the very recent MM3D community that provide the state-of-the-art training regime and infrastructure data augmentation and so on and so forth to allow the best performance for building the entire AV stack. Without much surprise, Our modular AV stack with the CVPR techniques significantly improved the performance over the prior modular stack, such as the pilot. This is expected because we equipped our stack with the CVPR components and also MM Detector 3D framework, as I said earlier. But what's more interesting is that our modular stack with independently trained modules also outperformed the very recent end-to-end stack in the Carla closed loop driving challenge. They could include learning from all vehicles, TCP, and interfuser. Here, we use the pre-trained weights released by our other teams and ran the apple-to-apple closed loop comparison in the offline leaderboard using the official testing routes, scenarios, and the metrics. Also, if we replace the perception modules with the privileged information from the simulator, the rest of our modular stack, aka our expert, can achieve a near perfect score close to 100% in a Carla closed loop setting. Again, this confirms that the suboptimality of the modular stack stem more from the suboptimal design of the individual component rather than the decomposition of the key modules. Also, this result suggests that there is still a huge room for improvements of the current end-to-end stack with imitation learning or reinforcement learning. For example, better design of the stack, better data or training regime. And in fact, our expert stack could serve as a performance expert to further augment the research in end-to-end AV stack. Moreover, this might imply that we need to have a better closed-loop driving benchmark, such as the NVIDIA DriveSim or the Wabi's Unisim, as introduced by Raquel just now, as well as the metrics for the full stack closed-loop evaluation. Here are some video demos for our stack running in the Carla closed-loop setting that can handle various challenging scenarios. For example, taking over vehicles that are malfunctioning, passing through unprotected left turns, and conducting highway lane changes, and also negotiating at unsignalized intersection, and so on and so forth. So as we have seen, modular stack works, and if designed properly and keeping up with state-of-the-art techniques, it can even outperform the top end-to-end stacks. However, we all know its weaknesses, such as the information bottleneck, especially during training, as modules are not learned jointly, and even some modules are not data-driven, and therefore the entire stack could not scale with the data. So how could we improve that? To scale the performance with data, a lateral question is whether we can get the best of both worlds in terms of the architecture designs, right? In other words, combining the modular stack with the monolithic end-to-end design. We believe the answer is yes, and to this purpose, we are developing modular and end-to-end differentiable AV stacks that keep the main modules of a traditional AV stack and at the same time can be trained jointly from data. There are emerging ideas from two architecture paradigms. The key idea is to implement existing modules in a neural programming framework where all computation is expressed at a single differentiable computation graph. This differentiability allows us to backpropagate gradients through both neural network components as well as the fixed computation blocks, such as classical planning algorithm, and this way we can perform gradient-based end-to-end training, improving upstream modules directly for downstream tasks. So how can we make our AV stack differentiable? And obviously, neural networks are already differentiable. This is most missing in the perception. But we can also make many algorithms, such as in the planning and state estimation, differentiable as well. Specifically, we can express any algorithm as a computation graph, and as long as all operations are differentiable, we can backpropagate through the algorithm to any learnable parameters or inputs of the module, same as neural networks. The only caveat is that we need to design the differentiable operation within the algorithm. Fortunately, recent work has introduced various ideas to approximate useful gradients for such non-differentiable operations, such as approximating max with softmax, reparameterizing Gaussian distributions, and approximating Hungarian algorithm with differentiability for tracking, and in some cases, approximating gradients for any black box optimization problems. Using these ideas, differentiable variants of many classical robot algorithms has been developed in the recent years. For example, for state estimation, like Kalman filters and particle filters, and also differentiable planners, like for MDP and POMDPs, and also differentiable control algorithm and optimizer. optimizers. I have a list here only for a subset of the relevant works, but the list has been growing since. Okay, to make the ideas more concrete, let's focus on the prediction, planning, and control modules. This is an interesting setting, given the importance of these downstream tasks, as well as the fact that this pipeline comprises both data-driven components, for example, for prediction, and also classic algorithm for planning and control that are typically not differentiable. Specifically, we started with a fairly standard modular architectures, and it has a deep prediction model or data-driven prediction method, such as trajectron plus, which consumes past tracklets for all agents on the road and output probabilistic distributions about their future trajectories. These predictions are fed into a planner, a sampling-based algorithm that generates a set of candidate trajectories, and we score them based on handcrafted cost function, and then select the candidate with the lowest cost. The trajectory is further optimized with the optimization-based controller module, specifically an iterative LQR algorithm. And conventionally, the modules are developed independently, which means that the prediction model is trained from the driving data to maximize the prediction accuracy, while the planner and controller are handcrafted. The key feature of our differentiable stack is that the planner and controller algorithm are differentiable. In the planner, we relax the argument operation with the sampling, and in the controller, we use differentiable MPC from prior work. And during inference, our work behaves exactly the same as a standard stack, but what the differentiable ability allows us to do is to use data at the end of the pipeline, backpropagate the noise through the control and planning algorithm, and train a prediction model so that it can focus more on the predictions that are critical for planning. Specifically, we use a standard variational elbow loss for the prediction model and a cross entropy loss for the planner and a hindsight loss for the controller. The hindsight cost is effectively like a reward in RL. It measures the plan quality in hindsight after observing the future behavior of other road agents, which we didn't know at the planning time. We benchmark our method on standard nuisance driving datasets, and we compare two architectures. The standard one that trains the prediction model to minimize the prediction error, and also the deep stack that trains the prediction for a combination of prediction planning and control losses. And we measure the prediction performance through the standard ADE and the planning performance through the average cost of the ego trajectories. We present cost as a percentage difference compared to an oracle that plans with perfect ground truth prediction knowledge. While the two stacks perform similarly in terms of prediction error, we observe that deep stack achieves substantially better plans, reducing the average cost difference to the oracle from 29% to 17%. It's important to highlight that the two stack perform the same computation as inference time, and the difference is that the deep stack trains its prediction to be more useful for planning and control algorithms. In concrete examples, we found that deep stack yield less spurious predictions, which would otherwise be critical for the downstream planner. All right. So far, I've been talking about the joint training of modular stack with some form of supervised data, but labeling data for AV can also be very expensive. We have seen an incredible success of foundation models recently in generative AI, both for image generation and language models that learn very powerful representation for a massive amount of unlabeled data. So we're also working on the potential, we're looking at the potential of the unsupervised representation learning in modular AV stacks. The first question is, why do we need learned interface or learned representations? The most common interface to connect the perception and planning is bounding boxes. Perception models output a discrete bounding boxes set, followed by a tracker to associate the bounding boxes across time, which is used in almost every autonomous driving pipeline. The limitations are, however, the detectors struggle with real objects not well represented in the dataset, arbitrary shapes that are hard to be expressed as a bounding box, and the bounding box also contain very little information. So an interesting alternative we're looking at right now is to model the environment through an occupancy voxel with the learned semantic representations. Occupancy voxel can model arbitrary objects, including objects not in a dataset, and it can also provide more accurate geometry, leading to better occlusion reasoning, planning, and so on and so forth. If we augment these voxels with learned features beyond simple occupancy, we can retain much more useful information for the sensors. Let's first look at how we learn this occupancy representation. At the core of our proposed method is generalizable neural rendering. Neural rendering, originated from computer graphics, provides a convenient way to link 3D representations such as voxels to 2D images that we can observe. And the core idea, or specifically, the core idea of our neural rendering is to represent the scene with 3D occupancy and color fields. Then a neural network can query this 3D representation and differentiably render pixels by aggregating color information along each rendering rate. We want to leverage this volumetric rendering to self-supervise a learned 3D representation. Our method inputs multi-view images, passes them through image encoders such as Redslate or transformers. The encoded 2D features are lifted into 3D with implicit depth estimation. Finally, these 3D feature voxels are rendered by volumetric rendering to generate original images for the current time step or future time steps. A very strong advantage here, and the reason why this representation can scale, is that we can learn it from self-supervision only using sequence of sensor data. Additionally, we can also distill pre-trained foundation model features to these 3D feature voxels, such as from clip or download features. Here are some preliminary results. We can generate novel views based on the new camera geometries. Based on new camera trajectories. Most importantly, the learned representations lead to consistent depth and semantics across time, as shown in the video. Also, thanks to the clip features, our model enables open vocabulary scene manipulation. For example, we can query the 3D representation with language prompt to remove backgrounds and only keep cars. This is done by finding the corresponding voxels to text via nearest label search in the feature space. We're now working on building a planning architecture on top of it. We envision this representation learned via self-supervision can further scale up the performance of our AV stack. So that's it. So I'm going to just quickly conclude what we have discussed here. Mainly, there are 3 points. First, we show that the modular decomposition of the AV stack is still a valid design, right? And modular architectures can work really well in closed-loop driving if designed properly. Second, I talk about how we can make modular stack differentiable and therefore making them scale with data and joint training. This architecture, while still modular, ensures safety and interoperability by certifying each submodules independently. And finally, in the era of big data, the significance of neural representation cannot be overstated. Our intent is to learn these representations from data, capitalizing on the emerging property of self-supervision. We assert that these learned representations are integral and complementary to our end-to-end AV architecture. That's it. All right. I would like to thank everyone for listening and also organizers for the invitation. I'm now open for some quick questions if there are any. But for additional inquiries, feel free to visit our website as well or reach us directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have some time for questions. Anybody?
So I have a question.
Remotely.
Yeah. Is the question in the chat?
Yeah, I have a question. So when you talked about like the multiple camera representations and you are lifting it to implicit depth, could you talk a little bit more about it? Like, firstly, I'd like to know if you can talk about like the reference frame that you're using, like because right now we are using multiple cameras. So are you using like a ground reference frame to lift it? Could you talk more about that?
Yeah, I guess here for the implicit depth representation, we're saying that we're just doing the standard 2D to 3D lifting. I mean, you can do explicit as well, there are multiple ways of lifting the 2D feature to 3D or to BEV. This is quite common in the, I think, in the BEV perception. Yeah.
Sure, I understand that. So, but you have to when you're lifting it, you're using like a common reference frame, right? And is that reference frame in the like centered at the ground somewhere on the car, or is it like some camera? Yeah.
I think we're using the ego coordinates.
Ego coordinate on the ground though, right?
I guess that depends on data set, right? So ego coordinates, it could be in the center of the vehicle, or it could be on the ground. I guess it's just like a transformation, right?
Okay. And one last question. So like representing road topology, how are you actually predicting road topology? If you can talk more about that. I know it's a more open-ended question. But...
Yeah, definitely. So I guess that's I mean, there's a lot of active research right now in that for doing online vectorized mapping or online HD map construction. So far in the modular AV stack that I just discussed, we're actually still using an offline HD map, meaning that we're using the HD map provided by the Carla because we are running the Carla challenge, right? And there is a map provided there. But we definitely are looking to doing the vectorized HD map generation as well. And I personally believe that this vectorized representation could be more integrated into our AV architecture, especially I've seen like better performance. If you look at the recent work from the vectorized VAD paper, I think that's the way to go. But of course, there's a lot of a major body of work in using segmentation-based mapping, segmentation-based method for doing online mapping as well. I guess it's quite open-ended right now. It's still unclear which way will lead to better performance for downstream planning. And that's where we should go, right? To really connect the planning with the online mapping to really see what we really need from the online mapping in order to improve the downstream planning performance.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess that's also one of the goal of our work in making this entire AV stack infrastructure, so that we can really doing some innovation for the full AV stack. We'll at least understand better how we can improve the upstream module so that it can more useful for the downstream. Otherwise, we're just developing individual modules isolatedly, and it's really hard to get the improvements on the online HD mapping alone, or what's the real or the most important factor that could contribute to the downstream.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Any additional questions? Yes, I guess we can conclude this part of the session. And we're going to be stopping for coffee, and I'm going to come back at 3:45. Any other questions?
Yeah, thanks.
So we're going to come back at 3:45 for the challenge overview and winner talk announcements. Thank you. Check if Han.
Hi, Han, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Cool. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Han Zhao from Tsinghua University. It's really glad to see that our workshop has attracted so many audiences, but unfortunately I cannot attend in person. Okay, yeah, I will give an overview of our autonomous driving challenge this year, and this challenge is actually a joint effort from multiple organizations. My team at Tsinghua University, Shanghai AI Lab, and Emotional. We thank all of them for their amazing works. And our challenge is actually, well, yeah, different organizing teams, like we discussed like around half a year ago, we all have the intentions to make some new computer vision tasks for autonomous driving. And that's why we try to put all our efforts together and we finalize 4 tracks for the challenge. The first track is called Open Lane Topology, focusing on understanding the row graph topologies given video input. And the second track is called Online HD Map Construction. The goal is that given the sensor data, we want to estimate the lane graphs with onboard sensors. And the third track is called 3D occupancy prediction, where we'll talk about very soon. And the fourth track is about planning. And within our workshop, we hosted 2 tracks of the challenge. That is the second track, Online HD Map Construction, and the third track, 3D occupancy prediction. And I would acknowledge the specific people who contributed to these challenges. For the 3D occupancy prediction challenge, we have Xiaoyu Tian, Chonghao Sima, and YKit Fong, Promotional. And for the Online HD Map Construction challenge, we have Tianyuan Zhang and Yichen Liu. Okay, I'll give a quick introduction of these tasks. First, let's talk about the 3D occupancy prediction challenge. What is 3D occupancy prediction? How about the traditional existing vision-based 3D bounding box detection representation? Why are they not enough? What are the problems with these existing 3D bounding box representation? We noticed that in datasets like Waymo open datasets and the NewSense datasets, they are in the urban areas. And there are a lot of irregularly shaped objects like these crane trucks. They have a movable arm that cannot be easily represented by a 3D bounding box. And sometimes we have also found out of vocabulary objects. We call them general objects. They cannot be extensively enumerated in our ontology tree. So they are usually not labeled in the datasets. Because of that, we want to define this new 3D occupancy prediction task so that it can represent all of them, either with irregular shape or out of vocabulary. So the task setting is that given multi-view images as input, the goal is to output occupancy state and a semantic label of each voxel in the 3D scene. Why is it interesting? Because the 3D occupancy is a general scene representation, and we only take vision input to predict the 3D detailed representation of the geometry, which is quite challenging. And based on this task, we built a dataset or a benchmark for this challenge. And the benchmark is carefully chosen. It's built on the NewSense dataset. So I want to say thanks to the Emotional team for providing the test set for this 3D occupancy task. And we also defined the voxel size to be 0.4 meters, not too small and not too large, so that more people can maybe use a single GPU to run the model for this 3D occupancy prediction task. And finally, the metric of this challenge is mean intersection over union, which is very similar to semantic segmentation. And the challenge statistics, this out of our expectation, this track becomes the most fiercely contested track. We have received submission, like more than 400 submissions from more than 140 teams from 10 countries. And we also provided a baseline performance with performance of 23.7 mean IOU. And the winner got the mean IOU of 45, which is more than doubles our baselines. And also this track is also very competitive. The top 3 performance only has a variance of 1.4 mean IOU. Okay, now let me tell you like who are the winning teams. First, the innovation award goes to the Former team from Zhejiang University, Xi'an Jiaotong University, Tsinghua University, and the Fudan University. And we have another innovation award that goes to NVOCC from NVIDIA and the Nanjing University. And then we have an honorable runner-up team, which is 42 Dot from 42 Dot Inc. And finally, the champion also goes to the NVOCC team from NVIDIA and the Nanjing University. Okay, let's give them applause, and maybe Yiming on site, you can help us to present the awards to the winning teams. And then we'll have a presentation follow up by the winning team.
Okay, so I should first present given the certificate or later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the help.
Congratulations.
We have 2 teams, another 2 teams who are not in person here. So we'll directly move to the talk of NVOCC.
Yes, sounds great.
看我的窗户有什么？应该是要从我的麦。Okay, can everyone hear me on the Zoom? Maybe you can. Well. Yeah, they can hear you. They can hear me. Okay, okay, great. Okay, sorry, apologies for the delay. Yeah, this is so our talk today is FBOCC 3D occupancy prediction based on 4 backward view transformation. This is a joint work with Zhiqi, David, Mingsheng, Shiyi, Yang, and Jose. Yeah, so why do we care about 3D occupancy prediction? So traditionally, we are very we pay a lot of attention to 3D object detection, but 3D occupancy prediction recently emerged as an interesting task. And the advantage of doing 3D occupancy prediction is that it provides very rich world information, and these world information are necessary for the subsequent tasks such as planning and prediction. And this is necessary to achieve safe end-to-end driving. When we think about these occupancy prediction, actually there have been many prior works that address the same or similar tasks. For example, and they are based on different modalities. So, for example, there are works that are based on LiDAR. There are also works that consider RGB plus additional depth modality input. And finally, we have these camera-based solution, which is camera-based occupancy prediction. The advantage of doing camera-based is that it's very convenient. It has a very low cost, but of course the task itself become more challenging because now you are trying to doing 3D perception given only 2D input, so you have to infer the depths, infer a lot of 3D information from this task. Even though 3D occupancy prediction is a slightly different task compared with 3D object detection, but all these they share a lot of similarity. And when you look at these literatures, basically they all looking to BEV-based, bird's eye view-based perception solution, and basically these two tasks are very highly correlated. So that is why prior state-of-the-art works in BEV perception actually can inspire a lot of the architecture design in 3D occupancy prediction. So there is a rich literature about 3D object detection and BEV perception. I can't list all of them here because there is a ton of them, but I'm going to list the two most related work. Two work that are most related to our solution. The first one is BEV depth and also BEV depth. I forgot. I should also mention here. So BEV depth is basically a BEV-based solution that is that try to use depth supervision to improve the performance of BEV perception. So what they do is that given the input image from multiple cameras, you use an image encoder to encode them into the image features, and these features will be used as an input to a depth net. And also these together with these cameras and also these input to the depths, you try to basically predict depths. You use LiDAR point to supervise these depths and use it as additional information to try to uplifting the features, these image features from 2D domain to the 3D domain. So finally, you get a feature representation in the BEV space. These BEV space features, they are uplifted using the depth information, and the specific method that they use is something called lift, splash, shoot, or LSS for short. This work also came from NVIDIA, was proposed by Jonah and Sanya. So this, we call this kind of uplifting technique as a forward projection. And this is one example. The other example I want to give is BEV former. And BEV former basically at a very high level is a BEV perception with backward projection. The way it works is that it starts from these queries in the BEV space and back project them to the 2D camera domains using deformable attention. So this you can think of this as a backward projection. It's the other way around compared with a forward projection. So these two paradigms, actually these two, like forward projection and backward projection, if you look at the recent line of BEV works, they are predominantly used by these works. So our work is heavily inspired by these two works. So that's why I want to briefly mention here. And also there are some works I also want to mention about directly related to the occupancy prediction task. One of the work is monosim. This is one of the early works that uses does pure camera-based occupancy prediction. And if you look at their architecture, they also have a feature uplifting module. It's called FLOSP. It's basically some variant of the orthonormal feature, orthographic feature transform, basically lifting the multi-resolution features into the 3D space. And then once they get the BEV features, they have a 3D UNet that is as a BEV encoder decoder, and basically there's a context module to try to increase the receptive field. So this is the solution, one of the solutions. The other solution, more recent solution, we want to mention is VoxFormer. So VoxFormer, we will also present this work at this year's CVPR. So VoxFormer is based on the two-stage framework with backward projection. So this formulation is very similar to BEV former. So in the first stage, we use a depth estimation network to basically try to find the sparse set of queries that are visible in the 2D space. And based on the depth, we lift this set of queries into the 3D voxel space and start with these queries and use deformable cross attention to back attend to the image features. So in this way, because this so the good thing, the logic behind this 2D two-stage design is that when we are thinking about these occupancy prediction, there are visible areas, there are invisible areas, and we should start from the visible areas first, since these parts are the easiest part and they are the most reliable part. So starting from here, prioritizing the featureization of these queries, and then use like MAE-like technology to fill the missing pieces. This turns out to be highly effective and very effective for the task. So this is the idea, and of course, since this is similar to BEV former, it belongs to like using backward projection technique. Okay. So now I will go into our proposed model design. If you look at, so just now I mentioned forward projection and backward projection. So why do we care about this projection method? It's because if you look at a typical BEV perception system in AV, this is basically a figure of a typical BEV perception system. You have multiple camera input. You encode them into features using an image encoder, and then you lift these features into BEV space. You have BEV encoder, decoder. You try to output your predictions, and you can see this 2D to 3D transformation is the unique part, is the key part of AV perception that distinguish it from the rest, like traditional 2D visual recognition. This is the part that makes it very special. And this part is also the key because it encodes all these geometric inductive biases into your system, right? So we need to design this part well. And if you delve a little bit deeper into the design, you will see that both forward projection and backward projection, they have their pros and cons. They are not perfect. Each one is not entirely perfect. So for example, the forward projection is very good that, for example, method like lift, splash, shoot. The good thing is you can encode a lot of depth information. It's very good the depth supervision works very well for method using LSS. That is why if you look at the BEV depth, they use LSS, and this depth supervision is very good for AV tasks. Even the task itself is heavily 3D oriented, right? But the bad thing is because you are starting from the camera domain, the pixel, you're shooting a ray into the BEV space. This ray in the BEV space, it doesn't spread very evenly everywhere. It spreads sparser and sparser as it goes away from the echo vehicle. That means these empty areas, their sampling frequency are low. Their sampling information are less effective, and that influences the perception of at far away from the echo vehicle. On the other hand, the good thing about this backward projection, because you are starting from query inside the BEV space, right? So your spread, the spread of these queries and all these starting points in the BEV space, they are evenly distributed, but it doesn't have a very good sense of depth. So that is why things along the same ray, they're almost like equal because they are all attending to the same feature in the 2D space. The resulting effect is that if you look at the BEV feature of this backward projection, you see actually high response along the ray. You see this ray-like pattern in the BEV space, and this undesired phenomenon causes duplicate of the object detections along the same direction here, false positive as circled out here. So this is kind of undesired. So can we combine the both method in a organic manners such that they can get the best of both worlds? The answer is yes. So we propose this called forward backward projection, and in the hope that we can use the backward projection to get additional information, to attend the image domain to get additional information for the sparse areas, while at the same time we can encode the depth supervision for this backward projection. So here's the overall design of our system. So we basically start from these image features, from image features. We use forward projection. We can get we can use forward projection to get a voxel representation, and then we can collapse our voxel representation into these flattened BEV features and use it to initialize our queries in the BEV space, and use these queries to back attend the image features using back projection. So this way, there are multiple benefits. First, in BEV format, these BEV queries, they are randomly initialized. And these randomly initialized queries, they are not as good as queries that you initialize from these voxel features, because now you have a more targeted initialization, your learning behavior is better. And second, this back projection, as I mentioned, now during the sparse area, you can actually get more information through back projection. You actually get high resolution information. You get some other information which are beneficial. And now you actually can also get two representation. One is the BEV, the flattened BEV features from this backward projection, and the other is this voxel representation from the LSS, this type of forward projection, and then you can fuse them together into the fused voxel representation. And why do we keep this z-dimensional information? Because we notice that this z-dimension information is still pretty important for occupancy prediction, because your output prediction is 3D. So we notice that if you flatten this representation, it hurts the performance. So that's why we kept the z information. And once you get this fused occupancy prediction information, this is the head design where you have BEV space encoder, decoder, and prediction head. So what we did here is very similar to BEV depth, but because now we have a voxel prediction, now we actually we need to 3D-fy everything. So originally it's a ResNet-like architecture that takes in 2D features. Now, because you have voxel, so it's like 3D convolution. Everything is like 3D-fied. Okay, so now I talked about architecture design, and since this is a challenge, so the bag of tricks also are important here. So the first thing that we need to do also for the challenge is scaling up and pre-training. So for the scaling up part, we mostly look into the image encoder. We try to scale up this part. So these scaling up with foundation models with heavier backbones have proven time and time again that this is quite effective for 3D perception. It worked in object detection. And not surprisingly, it also worked well in 3D occupancy prediction. So we used the internal image H with more than 1 billion parameters as the image encoder, and this backbone worked really well. As you can see, it has a state-of-the-art performance, a lot of tasks, and it also gave us a very state-of-the-art performance on this occupancy prediction. But of course, there are some problems. So the Newsing data set is not very large, but you have 1B parameters, and unavoidably you have these overfitting issues. So we did something to prevent these overfitting issues. So we have a pipeline for large-scale pre-training. We first, so Newsing data is some in-domain data. You cannot fully rely on your in-domain data to do the pre-training. You have to use like data, like web data with a lot of diversity. So that's why we pre-trained the backbone first on the ImageNet 22K. And then we also use Object 365 for 2D detection pre-training. So we added the 2D object detector head and supervise the network use on the detection tasks on the Object 365. Then we go to the in-domain data for pre-training, which are the depth and semantic segmentation prediction. So here, to do this task, we actually leveraged a segment entity model, use it as an auto-labeling toolkit to auto-label the Newsing data. So we used the bounding boxes and also the LiDAR points as prompts, use them to generate the object instance mask and also the staff segmentations. We use these segmentations as a prediction, as a semantic mask, as a ground truth to supervise these image feature backbone. And additionally, we also use the depth map on the Newsings to supervise, to do the depth supervision. So this is the depth and segmentation pre-training part of our workflow. Okay, so now I will talk about post-processing. I think this part is the most boring part, but I will just go through it quickly. We use temporal test time augmentation. Basically, you perturb the input and try to aggregate all these predictions together. And we also use temporal information, temporal TTA, where we have for the staff classes, if the prediction of the current frame and previous frame, they both belong to the staff classes. And then the previous frame, if their locations are closer to the equal vehicle, then we average them. The intuition is because for the predictions closer to the vehicles are usually much better. So sometimes these prior frames are useful. And of course, we use the ensemble of different models. So when we are doing the ensembling, we also consider the category weight and also the model weights. So these are the post-processing steps. So here are the experimental results. So first we do a ablation study. We want to show an evolution path of how we gradually build up the performance from a baseline model to the final to a very highly performant model. So we started with we unified the setting as a ResNet 50 backbone with a certain voxel size and also the input size. Then we have different versions of the model that gradually pushes from just 23% IOU to finally 42% single model. And along this evolution path, we found that depth supervision matters, and that visible mask matters a lot for training. When you are doing the training, you should focus your loss. Your training with a visible mask rather than forcing to predict a lot of the invisible areas. This part is actually quite, the philosophy here is quite similar to Voxformer. Like, do the easy part, don't try to predict the extremely hard part. That actually ruins your learning behavior. And finally, is like temporal information and other things that they also help a lot here. Yeah. And also, we show that scaling up is quite effective. So with the largest model with 1,200 parameters, we can achieve over 50% MIOU performance, and which is already, I think this number is already I think number one, or maybe close to number one on the leaderboard. And finally, using ensemble. By the way, and we also did some brief study. We showed that with the BEV plus voxel, these two representations together, this BEV perception, it turns out that it helps a lot with the staff classes like terrain and also some sidewalk, these and others flat, like these staff classes. So that is why. So finally, with all this ensemble, with the bag of tricks, we got a final performance of 54.19% MIOU, which ranks number one on the leaderboard. And finally, I want to share some qualitative result. So we can see that compared with our baseline, BEV, that the final solution FBOCC can get a more accurate occupancy prediction for irregular objects. And we also noticed that some limitations of the benchmark. For example, because of the inconsistency between the ground truth and camera mask, even though we have a pretty good occupancy prediction result, but our evaluated MIOU is actually pretty low on this one. And this, but I think these are occasional cases, but it still shows us some insight. And then finally, I want to show this demo. I personally think there are still a lot of space to further improve on this task, even though the IOU score seems high. But I think like the temporal consistency and also like the accuracy of the prediction for longer range can be improved. So I think, I think this task itself is still pretty challenging, and we should work very harder on this one. Okay, with this, we will release our code at the following repo. And with this, I want to conclude the talk and thanks everyone again.
There any questions?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So I had a question. Hi, thanks for the great talk. It's very enlightening. I had a question about the segmentation ground truth that you generate for as an input to the network. You're actually segmenting using SAM. You're segmenting the ground plane and the vehicles. I can see that, but how do you actually segment like dashed lanes, mainly dashed lanes?
I see. So I think for the I think we mainly focus on the object classes and also the staff classes, the several things that we care most about. So maybe for the I think for the dash lanes, maybe you need some other special techniques to do it. But since this one is for pre-training purpose only, and it's not for like understanding the real world topology, so dash lane is not that important here, just for this purpose.
I see, got it. So this is only the pre-training step. The final output is only the occupancy grade, right?
Yes. This is only for pre-training, getting the representation better. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I got a quick question. When you say you were increasing the number of parameters in your model, like which part of the model were you increasing?
So for example, like the backbone, I think you can refer to different configurations of the we actually also tried a different other backbones, like more than just internal image, but even for the same model, they have different configurations. For example, different number of channels, wider models, like a narrower model. So something like this. Yeah.
Any final questions? Yeah, I guess we are over time already. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker.
We have Innovation Award, OCC Transformer, and I will play their recorded video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Liu Jian from Harbin Institute of Technology. Our team secured the fifth position in the 3D augmented prediction challenge, and we are honored to have received the Innovation Award. Now, I would like to introduce our competition solution to all of you. The title of our technical report is OCC Transformer, improving CVPR for 3D camera-only augmented prediction. I will present our approach in three aspects: improvement to the baseline model, our innovations contributions, 3D detection result and number, and the experiment result. First, let's discuss the improvement we made to the baseline model. The task, given 6 surrounding camera reports, predict 3D voxel semantic neighbors. I believe the essence of the problem is the system depth estimation interpretation. Depth estimation is crucial. And during the early exploration phase, we carefully compare different methods from 2D to 3D method. Initially, we used the model sense framework and compare 4 methods: flow steps, LS, and UV formal. We conducted this comparison without using a mask. Among these methods, UV formal has for the time. So we later switched to the competition baseline and made improvements based on that. We start with 3 problems: data, model, and the loss. For the data part, we tried several data augmentation strategies and found that cutout is effective for this task. In the model part, we attempted to increase the model capacity, replace the model image backbone with a stronger one, enhance the number of histories reps in the PV model, and add a 3D unit head to the decoder. In the note part, we also incorporated camera mask during the training process and found that it significantly improved the result. Later, we add the depth note as well. Next, let me introduce the second part, which we believe is a particularly innovation aspect, the future of detection result. The occupancy model's predictions is heavily accuracy in class leveling, which can be illustrated through 2 examples. The first example is an object that combines multiple classes. The second example is the space between the classes is sticking together. Fortunately, the issues can be rectified by delivering the results from detection models. Directly using the results from the 3D detection model may not be ideal due to 2 main issues. First, detection box is rectangular. Detection report the box position is not accurate. This issue indicates that relying solely on the results from detection models may not provide optimal solutions. It is important to consider these limitations and explore alternative approaches to address it. We have made multiple attempts. First attempt involved using multitasking learning, where we train the detection and the prediction task together. However, we found that this did not significantly improve the result. The second attempt involved replacing the dynamic classes within funny boxes. Unfortunately, this leads to rigorous performance. Finally, we decided to promote the prediction detection BD box, funny box into occupancy results and perform a probability average number. This approach effectively improves the result. So the specific method we use. First, we select high confidence funny boxes. Second, generate point clouds based on the value boxes in the equal coordinate system. Select the points within the value boxes. Thirdly, convert these points into voxels. Finally, assign the probability score to the point that is within the grid range. Let's present our experimental results. Due to limited resources, we initially validated the effectiveness of our tricks on a small model. In the end, we discovered that using the depth note resulted in a significant improvement of performance. We apply all the applicable tricks to a larger model and achieve the satisfactory performance improvement. After all, we proceed with modern example. Firstly, we propose example by different image backbone within the same framework, which result in a multiple performance boost. This approach was developed extensively. We utilize different test models, such as VCAD, transformer. So the inverted performance of these models was not had compared to number techniques. We still observe improvement in overall performance. Finally, we implement detection number, which shows significant benefits, particularly for dynamic studies. We observed that the gaps were even more pronounced for small objects. Our final ranking was 5th place. We hope to continue diving deeper into this field and make further innovations breakthroughs in the future. Thank you for your listening.
Okay. And the honorable runner-up award goes to 42 Dot Inc. Let me share your screen first, and then you can take a photo.
Congratulations.
Hello everyone, this is important remaining this time. In this presentation, we would like to introduce our solution for occupancy prediction challenge in CVPR 2023 multi-contract workshop. The title of my presentation is Below Multi-Just Learning with Localization, Ambiguity, Suppression for Occupancy Prediction. The task is to predict occupancy state and symmetric label for a also into display given multi-view images. A baseline model is distributed party will consist of 3 main components: an image encoder to extract image features, a view transformer to transform 2 features into 3 features, and an occupancy encoder to produce occupancy prediction. We propose several improvements on the baseline. We propose very in-depth adjustment for task energy and short-term supervision signal for a network component. We propose localization in UNT fraction for occupancy prediction requirement. We extend a short spatial pivot only to 3D tasks for better occupancy prediction results. We address data imbalance problem. And finally, we employ other techniques for performance improvement. Perspective semantic supervision is applied into image encoder. In particular, we use a private ambient feature level and fit it into 2 rectangle blocks followed by a predictor. Since the image level semantic annotation are not available, we project 3D level polygrams with label into the image to get semantic annotation on the image, which is used to train the semantic branch. Moreover, via perspective semantic supervision, we provide each network component a short path to supervision signal, which help training the network become easier. Occupancy prediction is then prediction task would require incorporation of large context. We extend a short spatial pivot point for 2D task to learn 3D feature to different something bed and view. In addition, we propose localization and ambiguity suppression to define occupancy prediction. Unlike an system, the presence of object can be predefined by detected particles from 2D sensor. In a camera system, we need to localize 2D objects from images. This is to localization in distant and small objects. We propose to suppress low conflict vision using statistical variable. We also address data intelligence problem. As shown in the figure, the proportion of common classes is nearly 10,000 times higher than red glasses. To address this problem, we employ weighted cross entropy and dice cost. We also employ other cognitive for performance improvements, such as high resolution input, long-term temporal, test argumentation, pseudo labeling, and more. For our experiment, we use ResNet 15 as our baseline entry. And we use 16 GPU I100 to train our model in about 3 days. Here are our experiment results. The baseline model achieved 33.5% MIOU. Here we show performance improvement. We added different cognitive, including perspective, semantic supervision, class and loss, customized architecture, ASP3D, high resolution input, long-term temporal, procedural labeling, test argumentation, localization, impurity suppression, stronger backbone, and finally, model example. Our final model achieved 52.45% MIQ on test split, and we win second place in our simulation challenge. This is the end of my presentation. More information is available on the technical report. Thank you.
Okay, so let's end the awards of the occupancy prediction. And Han, can you start with the HD map construction challenge?
Yes. Cool. Well, hi everybody, welcome back. And yeah, let me introduce the second track that we are hosting, online HD map construction. As we know, for autonomous driving, having a structured representation of the road is very important for our self-driving system. For example, the lanes, the traffic lights. There are two classical ways to obtain them. The first one is that we try to get it from the human annotated high definition maps. The second one is lane detection. But what are the problems with lane detection? We found that the lane detection only applies to easy scenarios like highways or very simple urban driving. And for lane detection, we only care about very few categories, like the lane on my left, the lane on my right, and that's it. And the third problem with lane detection is that the detection in a camera view is hard to be translated into bird's eye view for the downstream task of prediction and planning. That's why we care about this task, online HD map construction, where the inputs are multi-view images and the output are vectorized map in the 3D space. And based on this task, we build a benchmark on top of the Argo2 datasets, Argoverse 2 datasets. And within this benchmark, we have around 1,000 scenes, and the input are 7 cameras. The cameras images, as you can see on the right, they have different resolutions and different, one of the forward camera is even in a different pose. And taking these camera images as input, we aim to estimate 3 categories, like the lanes, the road boundaries, and the pedestrian crossings. Our evaluation metrics are chamfer distance and average precision based on different recalls. This is also a very fiercely contested track. We have received more than 500 submissions from more than 40 teams from 3 countries. And we have got impressive champion performance. Our baseline was 42 mean AP, and our champion got the mean AP of 43.5, which is almost doubles the performance of our baseline. Okay, finally, let me announce the challenge winners. First, the innovation award goes to the match team and the Xi'an Jiaotong University. And the honorable runner-up goes to MapNext team. This team does not want to reveal their affiliation. And finally, the champion also goes to the match team and the Xi'an Jiaotong University. Okay, let's give them a round of applause and welcome the winner talk from the match team. I think they will present online. Let me end my screen share.
Are they joining the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, are you online?
Yes, yes.
Cool.
Well, hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Wenjie from MatchDrive. Here, I would like to share our solution for online high-definition map construction, which won the first place in this track. I will first introduce the data processing techniques and the model architectures, and then briefly introduce the BMapNet, which provide many useful ideas and experience for our task. The goal of this task is to extract accurate vectorized local map from surrounding images, which are usually captured by on-vehicle cameras. The word vectorized here means that the map elements are represented by ordered point sequence instead of the rasterized pixels. It's a natural choice to design a deep neural network for this task. And the question is how to effectively model the vectorized local map in the neural network. Here is our solution. The map elements, including path crossings, lane dividers, and road boundaries, are uniformly represented by an ordered sequence of key points. We can see that in the original annotation, the sequence direction is random, which brings ambiguity to the model training. So we reordered the points from up to bottom and from left to right, followed a consistent principle, which greatly reduces this ambiguity. Besides, we noticed that there are many redundant points which contribute little to the line shape. Therefore, for compact map construction, we adopt polyline simplification methods such as RDP and VW algorithm, and we remove the redundant points to form the compact contours. As is shown in the table, the compression greatly reduces the point number without losing any expression performance. Well, we present the model architecture in this slide. The pipeline can be roughly divided into four parts, including bird-eye view extractor, temporal fusion module, query-based point decoder, and point mask coupling head. Given surrounding images, we first generate range view features through a backbone. Then a bird-eye view feature extractor aggregates and transforms the image features to the unified bird-eye view features. To utilize the geometrical priori, we adopt a deformable attention-based network and encode the camera parameters, including the intrinsics and the extrinsics in the fixed reference points. To further leverage the temporal information, we devise a temporal fusion module. This module fuses the new bird-eye view feature with that of the hidden state using vehicle eagle pose, and the hidden state is updated for the next frame. Finally, the instance decoder decodes point features and instance masks. The queries point ones and a set of point queries are aggregated to form a single instance feature. We obtain the corresponding instance masks by matrix multiplication between the instance features and the bird's-eye view features. In the final submission, the results of complex shaped lane boundaries are from the point regression, and those of the sample shaped like path crossing and the lane divider are thinned from the masks. Here are some other improvements. Replacing swing tiny by internal image backbone, we improve the performance by around 3%. We also explore the image augmentation methods, including the rotation, random cropping, flipping, and grid masking. For more supervision, we adopt semantic level, instance level, and range view mask-based loss functions. Multimodal and multi-epoch ensembles are also adopted. The offline hard mining is utilized to further enhance the performance on hard samples. For more technical details, please kindly refer to the tech report. This table shows the model performance. We achieve 83.5 in mean average precision and surpassing the roundup by around 10%. Even with the tiny model, we achieve around 75% in mean average precision. Next, I would like to introduce the BMapNet, which provides a strong baseline for our challenge solution. BMapNet models map elements as piecewise Bezier curves and predicts the control points. Multiple novel modules are proposed in this task, including the piecewise Bezier modeling, point curve region loss, and the position encoding align module. BMapNet predicts the coordinates of control points first, and then the Bezier curve is recovered by the definition. This slide shows 3 pieces and 3 degrees of Bezier curve. In this case, we require 10 control points to represent the curve. The gray points here on the line is the explicit control points, which we directly get it from the prediction, and the orange points are implicit control points, and and is obtained by the regression of the offset. Well, here is the architecture, which is consistent with the pipeline of our challenge solution. Based on the ideas and experience of BMapNet, we achieve high performance in the online map construction track. Well, that's all for the presentation, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you, Wenjie, for the great presentation.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no question from the audience, and yeah, thank you again, Wenjie.
I had one question.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can have a question.
So in the paper, you mentioned like a temporal fusion module.
Yeah.
Could you talk about how you are actually fusing it by? Are you using like ego pose estimation somewhere?
Yes, the ego pose is used here and is provided in the data set. Like we use the ego pose to project the previous BEV features to the ego pose to the current ego pose, and then these 2 BEV features are concatenated, and through a count we obtain the new BEV feature.
Okay, but are you doing the transformation in the latent space? So you just like multiply it somehow, or?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear about the.
So how do you do the transformation? Because like the feature space is pretty huge, right? Like, and the transformation would be like 3 by 3 or something. And first of all, I had 2 questions. Like, how do you get the ego pose? Is it directly from the IMU, second question is like, how do you actually perform the transformation? Is it like a matrix multiplication or like some addition of like from the MLP or something? Thank you.
Okay, I see. The data set provides the ego port for each sample so that we can use it. I think it is from the MU and something like that. And for the second question, there is since we have the ego poles and we can obtain an affine matrix between the previous frame and the current frame, and then we use the affine matrix to project the BV feature of the last frame to the current coordinate.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is like the affine matrix is like 3 by 3, right? And the latent feature is like quite huge. So you do it like per point. Like how do you like scale it to 3 by 3 to actually?
Oh, okay. I see. Empirically, we calculate the corresponding pixels between these two frames. Yes, and then we use the grid sample in PyTorch to do this transform.
I see.
Yeah. The affine matrix is used to calculate the corresponding pixels.
I see. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay, any other questions?
Okay, if we don't have questions, and thank you, Wenjie, again for the amazing talk.